Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing today?
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
Alright, chat. There's the Wuthering Waves stream today, which we might like. We might watch. In 3 minutes? Yeah, that's what I said. Soon. I don't know if I don't know, man. It's in right now, yeah, basically. Basically right now, yeah. Yeah, I should do that. I'll do that today. Prage Echo Fix, surely? I don't think so. The sad reality is that one of their changes that they've already announced wouldn't make any sense if they actually fixed the ecosystem for it not to be gated by daily stamina. So I would be very surprised if they actually fix it. Wouldn't hold out too much hope. Is Noelle Burgeon with Farina a good idea? I mean, it works. Is it good? But it works. You know? 2 Burgeons per patch? No, you should get a reasonable amount of Burgeons. Because, the Noelle's Crystallize is gonna weaken the Burning Aura. Like, I see what you see, okay? Like, I get where you're coming from, and you are cooking, but unfortunately, the ingredients you're cooking with just kind of aren't the most high-quality ingredients. Like, you're cooking with canned goods, you know? Anyways. We're gonna watch this. I think. We might as well. Is banner review already done? No, we'll do that today.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all.
Who asked? You gonna challenge the title to one? Probably not. But we can, we can at least change the category to Withering Waves for this. So, alright, the one change that would make me very excited is being able to use unleveled echoes as echo experience. And short of that, I'm probably gonna be
终端收到了
disappointed.
探查无音区的临时小队发过来的信息，他们似乎在无音区发现了些什么。马上查看他们发过来的视频讯息。
Have a nice day, Lud. Please put on your headphones. Ooh. Why is it so grainy?
The darkest hours nearing, in silence we drown. Hear the night tonight beneath the shattered heaven. Who do not faith through my tears retreat. Wanna run it out, but I don't wanna take it. Better I am, we just gotta shake it. Ooh, our feet is sinking, and this time we'll fight it. From up high, they cheer at us rowdy. Burning lands, no word, their empathy. You can be my saving light. Shine like a light. Stay together.
Oh no, Chad, the tambourinist is gonna fuck him up. Oh, Rip Fusion Warrior. Ah. I'm not a fan of the song.
That I can be your saving light.
I think it's mostly the mixing though. I think the song itself is fine, it's just the vocals are too quiet, so it makes it sound worse. That's gameplay accurate. Because you basically can't miss a parry with it. Proof.
Face it, we will be the saving light.
"北落也侦测到天空海波动，而且还不止一处。难道是速回也要来了吗？而且这次伴随着那么多的无音区活跃，究竟是要发生什么事情呢？啊，特别通讯已经开始了吗？Hello， 各位漂泊者们好，欢迎收看明朝特别通讯节目，我是华旭研究院值班研究员东策划。因为北落也侦测到天空海生成的预兆，研究院的各位都忙着配合夜归军做调查。刚刚相信大家也都看到了，由杨洋等人组成的临时小队成功阻止了一次无音区危机。不愧是我们实力强劲的共鸣者啊！所以呢，今天就临时由我来给大家主持这次的特别通讯，肯定不是提前计划好的啦。好了，打完招呼，我们马上言归正传。
Like the left side looks very
也
wrong.
收到了来自漂泊者们的无数反馈。
Maybe I'm just blind, but like this
测试
looks.
结束之后，明朝的开发情况究竟如何呢？所以呢，
This looks
今天也
green
借助
screen.
这一次特别通讯，希望和各位漂泊者们分享明朝的最新开发进度。不过在此之前，首先我要代表明朝全体开发组成员，向所有关注和喜欢明朝的漂泊者们表示感谢。明朝项目立项至今已经经过了3年多的时间。2021年，明朝正式立项，开发组全员将明朝的世界的一砖一瓦砌成，迈出了全速前进的脚步。 在这3年时间里，我们进行了多次测试，将明朝的尝试，也实现了很多想法。虽然期间也有不小的失误和问题，但也得到了许多漂泊者们的热情建议与反馈。无论对于我来说，还是对我们开发组的其他成员而言，这段经历都非常的宝贵。所以呢，今天我也很高兴的和大家宣布，截止目前为止，明朝的全球全平台预约正式突破1600万了。真的非常感谢漂泊者们的支持。那同时也为了回馈大家的支持，我们也将正式开启明朝预约里程碑活动，为全服玩家送出丰富的预约里程碑奖励。奖励内容包括贝币、高级共鸣触记、新生之外，还将包括象征着漂泊者们在明朝世界的旅途正式开启的羁旅印章，以及最终达成里程碑将解锁最终奖励20枚晃生涡纹。关于预约里程碑活动的详情，大家可以在明朝官方网上正式更新后前往查看详细信息。
Wait, you're telling me 20 wishes is a lower reward than choosing one craftable 4-star
每个地区的
weapon?
玩家、每个论坛的讨论，我们都有看到，有在思考大家的反馈。在此，请先让我再次感谢漂泊者们对明朝的喜欢和期待。你们的喜欢是我们改进的最大动力。为了不
Honestly, it's probably because they expect to reach 30, but they don't know if they're going to reach 50. That's probably why.
虚心接受各位漂泊者们的批评。我们相信，正是因为有大家对明朝的期待，才会给予我们批评。
And if there's not a fuck ton
让我们
of
发现许多在
wishes
开发过程中
on
有所
launch,
忽视和遗漏的问
people
题，
are not going
对
to
明
play
朝
as
进
much.
行
A
更
lot
加
of
准
people are
确
going
和
to
有
quit because
效
they
的
just don't get the
考
character
优
they
打
want.
磨。我们也很珍视以及重视这次测试大家给予的反馈。其实呢，早在测试开始前，开发组就已经迅速对部分大家关注的问题启动了优化流程。今天呢，我们也将就大家重点关注的几个问题，分享一些我们的优化成果以及后续优化的一些方向。首先，我们先来说一说深海。深海应该是这一次测试当中我们收到最多反馈的系统玩法了。在测试中，我们得到了大家对这个玩法的诸多肯定，但同时我们也收到了一样多的意见和批评。所以，我们先来聊一聊深海系统和养成方面的优化。我们的调整方向是通过各方面的减负，让大家的深海收集与养成有更好的体验。首先，关于大家都十分关注的深海无法回收的问题，我们将上线全新的数据融合功能。漂泊者们可以通过这个全新的系统，将多余的深海转化为新的深海。漂泊者们可以通过数据屋
This is
进入
not
我们
a
的数据
useful
融合界
feature,
面，
by the way. Like,
将
it's
多
not.
个多余未强化的深海
It's
进行
useful for
融合。
casual players,
深海在融合之后，
but the
系统
purpose of
将
this
根
is
据
to make
漂
the
泊者
game
数据屋的
less
等级，
grindy,
返还给漂泊者们至少一个随机深海。
not
关于
to
深海培养方面，我们还将增加调谐器返
actually
还的
fix
设
the
定。
problem with like
经过
hosts,
升级
you
了
know?
调谐的深海被用于其他深海升级时，系统将根据深海的培养情况返还一定比例的调谐器。同时，关于大家反馈无音区产出过少的问题，我们也已经在上一次测试中进行了更新。现在大家通过无音区产出的深海和深海培养材料都有更加可观的提升，以及我们还将在未来优化复刷无音区的时间限制。然后我们来说一说意象深海。我们很高兴大家很喜欢意象深海的设定，但是我们也收到了许多的反馈，比如说好不容易得到了意象深海，但是属性不是我想要的，用不上，很浪费。为了解决这个问题，我们将上线全新的功能。当大家收集到某一种意象深海时，即可将该意象深海的外观装配到所有同类型的深海上了。大家再也不用担心自己辛辛苦苦获得的意象深海派不上用场。
No, that's such a bad change.
当然，关于深海系统大家的反馈
They're actually
也不止
sort
如
of
此
removing
还有很多
every
体验方面
incentive
的
to
细
actually
节
play
问
the
题这里
game.
一一举例。我们
Fuck.
也将持续对深海系统的各项体验和数值进行优化，让漂泊者们有更好的体验。接下来，我们来说一说游戏剧情演出和任务流程方面的优化，这也是测试中大家反馈较多的部分。在测试中的剧情和演出流程上，确实存在细节打磨不够的问题，但同时，这恰恰是游戏体验最重要的部分。在这里和大家分享一些我们的优化
Yeah,
成果。
okay. So that's
首先
kind of what
给
I
大家介绍一
expected.
下后续剧情流程上主要调优的方向吧。我们将对目前的剧情线进行重新的梳理，包括优化任务流程和台本细节。
Yeah, they're trying to
在
appeal
任务流程
to a
和
mix
环
of
节上
casual
进行
players
更加合理的配
and
置，
people who play
让大家
every
在
single
前
gacha
期的
game.
剧情任务中有更加舒适的体验。举个例子，
That it was
在
too
优化后的
grindy
剧
was a
情中
big drama.
漂
Here's the
泊者
thing
会遇
though.
到一些意想
It
不到的
wasn't
意
too
外情况，
grindy. It was
比
very
如
far
提
from
前
too
见识到未
grindy.
曾谋面的敌人
It's just
和威胁，
又回到原点。
Yeah, you don't get to get all of your perfect builds after 2 weeks of playing. You know, like, yeah. But like, you get locked by time-gated stamina issues
前面的
earlier than you get locked by grinding issues. And the only reason why some people complain
关于
about
在
the
过场剧
grindy
情和
aspect
角色对话中，
is
一些镜
because
头
they
调度较
they
粗糙
only ended up
角色
playing
没
for
有
a
动
few
作表情
days.
和口型等打磨不足的问题，我们也已经启动了针对性的持续优化，在这里和大家分享
I'll
一
get
些
into it
已经
more
完
at
成
the
的
end.
优化成果吧。
怎么了？你倒是消息很灵通。确实是很美妙的数据，品味不错。哼，既然你话都说到这份上
So
了，
you think
漂泊者，
China was very
你
critical
有
of
没有
Living
感
Ways
觉
being ready? Yeah.
莫特斐先生
Like I
现在的
said,
表情变得柔和
These
了，
changes are for casual players and people
还没
who
有
play
拜托莫特
83
斐
gacha
先生
games
帮忙
at
组
once.
装。看来莫特斐
People
先
who play
生还
83
需要一
gacha
些时
games at
间。
once is the
在这
China
里旁听
audience.
着会不会不太好？漂泊者，我们等等再过来吧。
这都
And
3
fall.
更天了，能不困吗？哦，我答应带你去
Yes,
吃一顿可没忘。
actually,
但3
having to
更
play the
天
game
夜市都收摊了，只能明早起
in
早
order
了。
to experience the
在
game
当时
instead
前
of
约上
only
阳
having
光白纸
dailies
雨，明早泡
is
茶饭
something
馆，
that
一
people
见不
who
散。
want to be able to play 80 gacha games at once don't want in their game.
胖花爷，我带朋友来了，这次要3碗小面，加辣的。
剑心小道长，可寻到所要寻之人？
是，小道已寻到支援小兄弟，接下来打算随伏波运送物资的队伍返回城内，先去与宗业爷爷报个平安。有缘遇见2位，
Or like at the end of the day,
在这几段剧情对话中，我们
I'll
重新为
get
过场
into
剧
it
情
after-
配置了
after
镜
this.
头，并为角色增加了更多的动作和表情，让剧情体验更加舒适。我们后续也将持续关注这部分的优化，包括主线剧情和重要剧情中角色的配音和动作的完善。当然，具体的优化就等着下次和大家见面时由大家亲自体验了。对了，银铃的半星任务也已经完成了制作，在这里和大家分享一点线索吧。在银铃的半星任务中，漂泊者们可以和银铃这个亦正亦邪的巡卫展开一段紧张刺激、惊心动魄的同行故事。更多信息这里就先卖个关子了，敬请期待吧。说完了深海系统和剧情任务流程，接下来我们要说的模块也收到了许多的反馈，那就是我们的声音效果。我们也已经有了一些优化进展可以和大家分享。我们对包括角色战斗音效、过场动画音效、深海技能音效等在内的音效进行了优化升级，不如直接来听一听吧。
他们该退场了。差不多该结束了。
玄思要谢幕了。
yeah, isn't the only difference that they're turning up the bass?
关于角色的战斗音效部分，我们主要对音效的种类和强弱区分进行了重点的优化调整，让武器的打击感拥有更强的正反馈。
It synced
同
better,
时，
it
过
might be. I
场
didn't
动画
notice
中的剧
that.
情深化体验也是我们后续优化的重点。我们也对过场动画的演出音效进行了大量的优化。
So it's louder.
当然，作为明朝的特色玩法，深海的音效我们也进行了针对性的优化。现在深海技能会有更加实实在在的打击感了。
这个我擅长。这样用吗？这个我擅长。这样用吗？
Louder as well.
最后，针对测试期间大家较多反馈的声音缺失、音画不同步等问题，我们也进行了补充与完善。声音作为明朝世界观组成的重要元素，我们十分重视， 也会保持不断的调整优化，争取为大家带来更好的听觉体验。另外，还有一个漂泊者们关心的问题，我们也已经有了全新的进展。明朝的手柄支持以及自定义键位功能，我们也已经基本开发完毕。同时，在此基础上，我们也将持续打磨明朝的操作手感。当然，我们收到的反馈绝对不止于我上面提到的这些，还有很多我没有提到的其他反馈，比如肉鸽玩法的优化、跑酷玩法的优化、开放世界探索体验的优化，我们也在积极的推进当中。今天在这里就暂时不展开做介绍了。最后，再次感谢测试当中给予反馈的各位漂泊者。
So there's nothing new. This is all just what they posted in the dev post.
今天的特别通讯还有一件特别重要的
Oh
事
no,
情
another very important announcement.
不过在此之前，
Oh, I
我们
guess
先
it's
来看
release
一段
date
明朝全新的实际 PV 吧。
And gameplay trailer. Okay.
One of the Threnodians will soon be reawakened. They are the enemies of human civilizations.
To begin with, I heard you've lost your memories.
If all of these have something to do with your true identity, then who exactly are you?
Moreover, you possess a similar ability with the legendary hero who once absorbed Threnodian. Jue prophesied about your arrival. After all this effort, do you truly want to throw it all away?
Ultimately, I suppose it is up to you to discover the final definitive answer for yourself.
No matter what happens, my sword is always yours.
Here you are. Besides,
Why are they showing
not
the
seeing
lightning
the opponent heightens the thrill of the
character
game.
against a lightning
Do you want
resistant
to be
enemy?
the
What is this?
rule-setting shepherd or the rule-breaking black lab? Now, Rover, the story is yours to spin.
Okay, so yeah, launching
没
2
错，明
months.
朝公测正式定档啦！明朝确定将于2024年5月23日正式开启全球同步全平台正式公测，同步上线 PC、iOS、安卓平台，作为一款全平台数据互通的开放世界动作游戏。漂泊者们可以随时随地在各个设备间切换游玩明朝。明朝的 App Store、Google Play 预约也已经正式开启，欢迎大家现在就扫描下方二维码或前往商店正式预约明朝。哦，是纪言将军的通讯。北洛也发生了长相潮，大家都奋战在一线，我也不能落下，我也要启程去北洛野了。今天代理值班研究员的班就上到这里啦。以上就是本次明朝特别通讯的全部内容啦，拜拜。
Disappointment.
记得预约明朝哦。
Okay, so let me finish explaining what I was. That's funny. This is actually very fog, I will say. This is actually like very good. Probably should make more of this for sure. Okay, so let me go through. Basically, right? The reason why I'm somewhat disappointed with this is because all the changes they're making are in line with reducing the amount of time you need to play the game every day. And that's not inherently a bad thing. But I was basically already, after like a week of playing, logging in, spending my wave plates, doing my dailies, logging out. And I feel like if that's all the daily gameplay loop is, that's kind of boring, right? Now, the reason for that is because they don't want to compete with other games on the market. They want to be played alongside them. They'll settle for only holding a short portion of your attention span and a short portion of your day. And they'll try to streamline that experience so that you want to do it every day. But personally, that's not what I'm looking for out of video games, right? It's not inherently a bad thing, but it's something that personally disappoints me, and that I know is also going to disappoint some of you guys as well. Isn't Genshin the same? Yeah, it is. Genshin has the same issues, right? Basically, my point is, if you're unsatisfied with Genshin because of its daily gameplay loop and lack of endgame, Wuthering Waves has just pushed changes that push it even more in that direction as well. Except it's worse because Genshin doesn't have endgame. Again, right? I've talked about this, but the endgame in Wuthering Waves isn't actually endgame. Like, it's not repeatable. You do it once and then you're done. And you can call it endgame if you want, but when people complain about the lack of endgame in Genshin, they're not just saying, oh, there's nothing I can do. They're saying, oh, there's nothing repeatable I can do while I'm logging in every day to do my dailies. Right? And Wuthering Waves has the same problem. Its quote-unquote endgame is one time only. Right? What could have been an actual endgame system in the ecosystem, they're actually streamlining to be less of an endgame system. Right? They're making it so that you don't actually have to clear out your map to get the echo you want. You can just reroll echoes until you get the one you want. Right? So they were reducing the endgame. They're also like, the only purpose of rerolling things is, okay, you'll get the main stats for the echoes you want, and then you have the main stat, and then what? Now you don't have a reason to grind for echoes on your map, and you don't have the XP to level them up, so you just close the game and wait for tomorrow when you can use your wave plates to get XP. Right? Like, that's the gameplay loop. They're reducing the ways in which you can interact with the game. And don't get me wrong, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with giving players a way to reroll for the players that don't want to grind, right? That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But without also giving players ways to grind for Echo XP, that leads to just reducing playtime for everyone, even people that want to play more. Right, like, echo rerolling is a good feature, but it also exacerbates the current lack of ways to actually grind for echo XP. Because now, it'll be even easier to get the right main stats on your echoes, and you'll notice it even more that you are stamina locked to get the experience you need to level those echoes, right? I believe in Curl that they'll give us endgame combat because they will actually listen. Again, right? I think a lot of people gave feedback on echo grinding feeling irrelevant because there's nothing you can do with your echoes. And you get the right main stats and then you just wait for fucking stamina. And that's not something they've addressed whatsoever. They'll address things that align with things they actually do want to change. But the fact that they didn't actually say we're not gonna do anything about echo experience, to me would indicate that they're not actually being intentionally open. They're just being open when it's convenient for them, when they know that the things that they can be open about are things that are going to satisfy their player base. Which makes sense, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. That's kind of what it is. But either way, right? The point is, the reality is that they will probably make more money if they cater to casuals and gacha addicts instead of people that want like hardcore games. And so them leaning into that direction is both unsurprising and it's unsurprising, but it's still somewhat disappointing, you know? Will you be playing the game on launch? I don't know. Garlic baguette. Oh yeah, I gotta change the game back, my bad. At the end of the day, right, it makes sense from a business point of view, but that doesn't mean I'm not disappointed, right? Like, them making a business decision that is financially good for them does not compel me to be satisfied with a feature that makes the game worse, right? And that's just really the end of it. I don't understand what feature you want in the game. I want to be able to use +0 echoes as echo experience for other echoes. So there's an actual incentive to grind for all the echoes on your map. I want there to be a reason to play the game past I've done my dailies, now I guess I move on to Genshin. Now I guess I move on to Star Rail. Like, I don't want that to be the experience. I want to be able to actually play the game on its own.
One with nature.
You know?
Silence.
And how you'll find that experience in a gacha game? Yeah, that's the issue, right? Gacha business model is too profitable for companies to have an incentive to make their games better when they can afford to just make it all stamina. Like, it's been... The gacha business model has been perfected. Oops. But they definitely banked some of their marketing on being a more hardcore version of Genshin. So I'm disappointed that they're not. You know? Like, to me, it's very reminiscent of, you know, back in fucking 2022 or 2021. People gave MTash a lot of shit for pointing out a lot of the issues with Genshin because, well, what did you expect? It's a gacha game. But, like, yeah. And that doesn't make them not issues.
Add Astro. Thank you for complete. Add Astro.
How far did you get into the beta? I grinded to Union level 30, which is what you need to be able to co-op in like 2 days and a half, 3 days or something. 3 days. 3 to 4 days, actually. In a relatively short amount of time, playing like 10 hours a day. And basically, as soon as I hit Union level 30, I realized, oh, there's literally nothing else for me to do now, other than finishing the few percentage of exploration I have left, and doing my dailies. Were you able to play the roguelike? Yeah, I played the roguelike and I got all the achievements from the roguelike. With level fucking 40 characters on the highest difficulty. Which is my biggest criticism of that roguelike mode, is that, bro, who balanced this shit, man?
Settle down.
Stabilize.
Silence.
Beat all the holograms too? No. Didn't have the damage for it. And didn't have the patience to keep logging in every day to spend my fucking power on... Or spend my wave plates on fucking artifact or echo level up tubes. Just to use them to level up one artifact a day. Or one echo a day. Like, oh, I'm good, thanks. Did you hear they nerfed the Ultimate boss because you were struggling to clear it? I kind of get why they nerfed it. Like, the reality is, it is a difficult boss. Like, a lot of people that are able to actually full clear MOC don't realize it's not about the DPS you need, right? It's about your sustain unit. And if your sustain unit isn't built enough, you just can't get past a boss like that. Right, like if you don't have an AoE carry and your best sustain unit is Lynx, you actually need to have a lot of damage because you need to kill it before it kills you, right? Like, straight up, imagine being locked out of the Genshin story in Inazuma because you need to be able to 36-star Abyss to have the DPS you need to clear a boss. You know? And like, don't get me wrong, I, as a player, enjoy that challenge and think it's good when it's more difficult. I also understand that that's not going to be the case for everyone. Right, because like I am at the investment where, yeah, that shit was rough. I don't have a good lightning carry, right? Because yeah, I have Kafka, but I don't have another dot unit leveled up. And yeah, I have Juan, but he fucking sucks, man. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. And so, if there was a cycle thing, it would have probably taken me like over 20 cycles to clear that boss in the story, right? Because I had to go for a more sustained focused team. And I had to use only units that had AoE on basically every attack. We're talking about the meme? No, we're talking about the 2.1 boss. I don't want to spoil who it is for people that haven't done the story yet. Did they nerf it already? I don't know if they nerfed it already or if they're planning on it. And like, again, right, don't get me wrong. I like that difficulty. I just understand why it was brought down. Because honestly, I would put the difficulty of that boss somewhere between MOC 11 and 12. Actually, no. I would put the difficulty of that boss around MOC 12 1 star. Right? Just give trial units then? Yeah, that's another thing they could do about it. My Locha became skill point negative that fight? That's very funny. I just think the fact that it does its fucking attack literally every turn is just really fucking scuffed.
Solidify. Wind strike. Bow your head.
Like, it should do it every other turn. And then maybe in MOC you make it do every turn or something.
Silence. Wind strike.
Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it, chat. Let's not talk about it, chat.
Solidify.
Oh my...
Settle down. Be sanctified.
Stabilize.
The tides beckon.
Bow your head. Wind strike.
We're gonna get our triple for the first time. True! Oh shit. What the fuck? I did get a triple and this! Ayo? Holy shit! But another worst part, I don't think it even matters that I got a triple anymore. Am I even gonna build anyone who wants mounts from this boss? Whatever, it's fine. So hers, yeah, but I'm not gonna level her talents, am I? Oh well. Yeah, I think it's very unsurprising that they nerfed it. Again, right? Like it's very like
Silence. Gather.
Settle down.
it's like keep in mind, right? I don't know, man. Man, it is what it is. Most casuals don't build characters optimally enough to handle encounters aimed at a power creep level of balance. Yeah. That could be nice. And we got a triple. Take those. Like, obviously, just straight up nerfing it isn't the best solution. It'd be ideal to either have an easy and hard version, or to be able to use trial characters, or something like that. The devs can't be held hostage by people who don't play games to make games for them. But that's their target audience, though. The people that weren't able to clear are incredibly necessary for a game like Star Rail to be popular. Is it finally looking over? I've kinda... Arlecchino gets like... Arlecchino has already been changed significantly more than the next most changed unit in the history of Genshin's betas. Right? I think the next closest is either Alhaitham or Ayato. But like... We're only V2, and it's already been changed more than Ayato. I don't think you guys understand how much she's been changed. Okay? Our latest information as to changes about her just says that her normal attacks are nerfed. It doesn't say by how much they're nerfed. So we have no idea of the actual power level of her, like, latest information, or her latest available version.
I see the value in my own work.
They did the same for Navia. They said her normal attacks were nerfed, and then Monday arrived and they weren't. Yeah, but that doesn't matter, because her normal attacks were not a big part of her kit, and are not a big part of her kit. They've never been a big part of her kit, so a slight nerf or buff to her normals doesn't matter. But with Arlecchino, her normal attacks are her main source of damage, so how much they've been nerfed by is going to have a pretty big impact on how good she is. The fact that they increased the fucking Bond of Life limit to 130 is very weird. Because it would seem to indicate that they want her to be better in AoE than she is in single target. But also, her AoE is so small that, like, I don't know, man. They might buff the base bone amount her skill gives. They might. They might. Who the fuck knows what they're gonna do? If I have her signature, does the 25% bond of life from the weapon add to the 130, so it's 150? Yeah, it does. It does. She's gonna be good against trash, weak mobs, and bad for bosses. We don't have her numbers. In the state of the current beta version, she's fine for everything, but she has some pretty big downsides that make her a melee equivalent to Yoimiya, I guess. Right? Because pretty bad healing, no interruption resistance, no real good form of sustain. Yeah, it is what it is. Zardo, that's a little bit weird. Can you stop, please? Alright, let's do a run of the best. What do we play? Alhaitham, Quick Bloom? Okay, sure. What do you think about my Alhaitham? Arena Vape. No. Lenny? Is this a good abyss for Lenny? I guess it's fine, right? Maybe a decent abyss for Lenny. Okay. Second sight? Yeah, obviously second sight. Obviously second sight. That was already implied. Alright. I might just go two piece, man. I have too much crit rate on my, I shall say. My two piece isn't that good though, so whatever, I'll just do this. It is what it is. Okay, now do I use Kazuha or Zhongli? Honestly, I don't want to bother with Kazuha.
Penny's adventure team, assemble!
I'm just gonna use Zhongli. That's wrong. That's also wrong. I'll just do this. And then, on the other side, I will play... How original? Shut up! I forgot to eat.
Shine down. Look alive.
Let the mighty be humble. Bow your head. Silence.
Share my knowledge. Buckle up.
The tides beckon.
How inconsiderate of me.
Settle down.
Let my magic begin.
Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off! Ah, why is Daya so bad? It's fine.
Bow your head. Let the mighty be humble.
Hey, legit. Try. Look alive.
A gift for
Silence.
Where is she? There she is.
Banquet must go on. Apologies.
Okay, we don't talk about it, okay, Chad? Just shut up. It's okay.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let your toast. Boba, get. Round of applause.
Gather.
I'm going in. Out of the frying pan.
now disappear.
Why Skyward on Lenny? Because it's my best bow.
There is no escape. I see everything. Let's get it off.
The tides beckon.
Illusion shattered.
Wait, was I not hitting him?
Shine down.
What?
Bow your head.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom.
Let the mighty be humble.
Illusion shattered.
Silence.
Okay.
Stabilize.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Eat this.
Let's get this show on the road. Step right up.
Let's light it up.
Gather.
I'm going in. Nice and spicy.
Please don't. Fuck you.
Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Here comes the finale. Now disappear.
Let's light it up. Nice and spicy. There is no escape.
Gonna wait a little bit. Alright, now we can do this.
Hey, sharing my knowledge. Buckle up.
The tides beckon.
Drop this. Thank you.
Settle down.
I think I'm missing a ball, right? Yeah, 2 out of 3.
Illusion shattered.
Bow your head.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom.
Let the mighty be humble.
Okay.
Stabilize. This is order.
Everybody stand back. You're toast.
A round of applause. Step right up.
Let's light it up.
I gotta wait for him to re-shield up very quickly.
Solidify. I will have order.
Going in. Eat this. At the front.
Here comes the finale. Now disappear.
Is it a hot take to say I find this boss and the other Gravity Mech one fun to play? I don't know if it's a hot take, but I definitely agree. What percent is your Lenny on Akasha? That is a good question. You wanna check? We can check. Probably not very high, especially when you count. Actually, I think Akasha assumes that your character is level 90, right? He doesn't look at the fact that my Lenny's level 80. Yeah, so yeah. He does not actually perform as his placement. Whatever his placement is. What factors does shield breaking depend on? Shield breaking depends on the reaction you're triggering. Depends on the elemental application of your attack. And the damage you deal. That's why... Can Daya be a DPS at C1? Can she be a DPS? Yes. Can she be a good DPS? No. Blunt effect too. I think it looks at poise damage as well. Yeah. But bluntness is only taken into account for cryo shields. Well, frozen shields, which are different. It's a pain in the ass. It doesn't matter. Whatever. But yeah, so, for example, right? This cryo shield, Hydro doesn't react with it, but I can still break it a little bit, as you can see, right? It's not full HP anymore. From the actual damage I'm dealing to it.
Bow your head. The tides beckon.
Blunt is important for Geo Shield? Yes, Geo Shield. Yes.
Settle down.
Yeah, as you can see, right? Because this enemy, or this shield, is immune to Hydro damage, I don't reduce it with Nebida, right? Because it's actual immunity. But if I start normal attacking with Zhongli, even though it's going to take a while, you can already see there's a little bit taken, right? Okay, fuck off.
Emergency countermeasures aren't my thing.
You get the idea. Right? That's why there's some showcases of, back in, what was it? Was it in 1.5? 2.5? When, floor 11 was 2 Hydro Heralds? With the, with the cooldown increase leyline? There was some showcases of old one-shotting the shield. 1.5? 1.5 Abyss Ella floor 11. Yeah.
Journey has its final day. Don't rush.
I think it's this one. No, it's not this one. Okay, wait. It's not this showcase. I don't know if I can find it again, honestly. It's from so long ago. Floor 11, second half.
Transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Leo tend to stay a while. So
I don't think so.
Things come to settle.
Oh no, DJ, that website does not have the showcase I want to show you guys. The fact that you remember Abyss Rotations from this long ago is wild. That one very much stood out, because that was the first time floor 11 was actually challenging. Well, no. That was the first time floor 11's DPS check was actually challenging. It was 2 Hydro Heralds, but the cooldown increase leyline made it so that it took a lot longer to break their shields. Back then, the cheese strat was Tiara of Torrents Chongyun. You gave Chongyun a Tiara of Torrents. Right? So that he would be affected by the Hydro Leyline for 40% less time. So that you could use his E while you didn't have the Leyline on you. And it would only go under the normal cooldown instead of a 40-second cooldown. That was the cheese back then. The fromage, as you... if you will. Just use Nahida. True! Don't know why I didn't think of that. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Does Jean's Burst cleanse the aura? Yes, but it cleanses after you cast the ability, so Jean's Burst goes on a really long cooldown before cleansing the aura. Same for Bennett Burst. How was sleep today? I would say a solid 2 out of 10. Slept like shit, woke up at 3 a.m, feel very tired. Not very pog. Oh, by the way, chat, for those of you guys who play TFT, I want to show you guys something I got yesterday. Okay? Alright, I picked, I think it's called Wandering Trainers, or Wandering, or something Trainers, whatever. The portal that gives you a target dummy with 2 support items attached. It's bugged! It can get double ZZ Rod, and if it gets double ZZ Rod, you only get 1 of them. So that's great. However, I fucking top 1'd this game. You know why? Because this was my first augment. Arcanist grants 250% of their combined AP as bonus health to your target dummies. Gain an Ari and a target dummy. And then, my third augment was stationary support. So I had 3 8,000 HP target dummies with an Arcanist Spat 8 Arcanist. This is what my board looked like. Oh yeah, I got Sindrich 3 as well. In case that matters. Wait, why is this one only 6k? It was 8k at the end of the game. Oh, it's because I went level 10 and I put in more copies of the Arcanists. That's a capped board. It really is a capped board. Well, it would be a capped board if this was something else. You know, if one of these was I don't know, like any actual, literally any other support item. Why have tanks if you can have target dummies? True. Exactly. Imagine that's a Randuin's. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to 3-1 this game, but I figured, you know what? I'll give it a shot. I got the Arcanist dummy thing, and then I got another dummy, and I got an Arcanist spot. So yeah, it was a low roll into Omega high roll game. It was fun. It was a fun one. I'm enjoying this TFT set a lot more than the last one. Last set really lost me because of because of the headliner mechanic. I just didn't think it was fun. Like, being forced to take the wrong headliner because that's the right play. And then you end up with a cringe board with units that don't really fit your comp that well. Yeah, man. And like you have to slam items early, and then you just don't hit headliners that fit your items and have to pick something that doesn't fit your items, and then you just cry. Yeah, it is what it is. Is TFT somewhat luck-based? Yeah, it is. If it's the right play, isn't it the right chosen? What do you mean? No, like, finding the right headliner costs a lot of money to roll down for it. So very often, the optimal play is to just settle for any, like, 4-cost headline tank. But it's just so cringe. And then you can play 80 flex, but Caitlyn is just so cringe to play. And it's like, ugh. I like this set a lot more. I just don't like headliners. You know, the set that made me quit TFT back in the day was the Chosen set. Because I just didn't like it. So the headliner was just like, ugh. But the thing is, I think casual players like that mechanic a lot, so it's probably gonna come back. And it makes me sad, but it is what it is. Anyways. Here's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna record the banner review. I want you guys to say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi. To a quick little banner review. We have had announcements on the upcoming Phase 2 banners for this patch, and we've actually got a lot to talk about, so let's get right into it. First things first, the 5 stars, Nebilet and Kazuha. Both of them quite good. And then the 4-star, Yanfei, Barbara, Singto. Oh boy, that is interesting. For the weapon banner, we have Tome of the Eternal Flow, Freedom Sworn. And then we have Wine and Song, the Flute, Middernacht Waltz, Fab Lance, and Fab Greatsword. Let's start with the character banners. These... oh boy. So, it is no secret to any even short-time viewer of my channel that Singto's a pretty good unit. So obviously, him being on the banner, pretty good. However, because he's such a good unit, then it is generally worth it to go for him in the shop and in Lantern Rite when he's available. Right? It should be one of your priorities. And so if you've been playing the game for a little while, he's one of the characters that it's the most likely you have at C6. Because he's available in the shop and Lantern Rite. What that means is that there's going to be a non-insignificant portion of you guys that already have C6, and for you, him being on the banner is obviously not very good, right? Because you already have him at C6, so getting more copies of him isn't great. It gets you Star Litter, I guess, but yeah. It's not great, right? It's not better than getting a 4-star you would actually want. Barbara and Yanfei are both not the greatest. Barbara's constellations are actually pretty dog shit across the board. And Yanfei has a few useful constellations. So let's go through them individually. Right, first, Singto. Alright, Singto, very good unit. Very good for him to be on banner if you don't have him at C6 yet. His C1 is arguably his worst constellation. It just slightly increases the healing you get when his swords, or when his burst expires, because you get healing from 4 swords instead of 3. Usually, you don't just like use your E and then not use your ult. And so, more instances of the damage reduction doesn't matter because while in his ult, you don't lose rain swords. The rain swords don't break when you get hit, right? And his ult lasts for 15 seconds, 18 at C2. With a 20-second cooldown. With skill being 21 seconds, you're generally casting his burst every 21 or 22 seconds. But all this to say, C1 really doesn't matter that much. It effectively only slightly increases his healing, which is already not that great, so it's not that big of a deal. C2 increases burst duration and gives him Hydro Res Shred, quite good con. C3 increases his burst damage, pretty good. Not quite as good as C2, because what he does for the team isn't just damage, it's also elemental application for you to be able to trigger reactions, or for him to be able to trigger reactions, like when he triggers Bloom in Hyper Bloom teams, which in turn lets you trigger Hyper Bloom, right? So having 3 more seconds of it is generally more relevant than each hit doing more damage, but C3 is still not bad. C4 is a constellation that generally doesn't do too much, but is very useful in specific teams, mainly in national teams, where you can actually spend your buff uptime on him because your carry snapshots the buffs. You don't have to stay on your carry and keep attacking, right? So it represents a relatively significant nuke in those teams. But outside of those teams, it doesn't tend to be all that significant. C5, the same thing. C5 is basically a worse version of C4. Right? It does the same thing. It increases E damage, but it increases it by less. And then C6 gives him every third hit. He launches 5 swords instead of 2 or 3. So it goes from alternating between 2 and 3 to alternating between 2, 3, and 5. Effectively, right? Instead of 2.5 per hit, it goes to 3.3 per hit on average, which is a nice increase to the damage, but it's mostly a double Hydro application on that 5 hit, so it increases his elemental application, and energy refund on every third hit like that, right? Which ends up reducing his burst cost by about 12 to 15, depending on your team. All in all of his constellations past C1 do something. C1 and C6, or sorry, C2 and C6 being the two biggest ones. He doesn't honestly need constellations to be good. He's still a good unit at C0, but obviously at C0, you're sacrificing a lot more for his upsides. He still has the upsides of better Hydro app and more defensive utility, but it doesn't last as long. The Hydro app isn't as much better than the alternatives as it is once you reach those higher cons. And his personal damage is a lot lower, right? But yeah. Next, Barbara. And this one's going to be very quick because none of her constellations do anything. You get Barbara for free. And then C1 generates 1 energy every 10 seconds. That's 2 energy per rotation. For an 80 cost burst. This is a constellation that makes it so that Barbara, as an overworld healer, can use her burst every few minutes. Right? That is all this does. Okay? That is the purpose of this constellation. C2 decreases the cooldown of her skill, which lets you get slightly better uptime and gains Hydro damage bonus. The Hydro damage bonus doesn't matter too much because she's not often used. Well, I mean, she's not often used at all, but in the few teams where she is used, generally you're not really relying on another Hydro damage dealer. The cooldown reduction, though, does matter a little bit. Because obviously she doesn't have 100% uptime. Even with this, she doesn't have 100% uptime. So it helps her uptime a little bit. That being said, the main team where Barbara is actually a reasonable option is Nilo teams. And in Nilo teams, you want to be running her on Sac Frag. And if you have Sac Frag, this doesn't really matter because you don't want to double cast your E. You just want to cast your E, prog the Sac Frag, swap out. And then, if you have high enough refine on your Sac Frag, next time you swap to her, you cast your E, and the Sac Frag is, the Sac Frag cooldown is back up anyways, so this doesn't end up doing anything. But it's somewhat useful if your Sac Frag is low refinement, I guess. C3 increases her burst healing, doesn't really matter. Characters in this game healers in this game tend to heal enough without things like this, right? the only character I would say that gets an amount of healing from a constellation that is impactful enough to make a relevant difference in teams is Charlotte, whose C1 is actually quite good for healing. C4, every time Barbara hits charge attacks, she generates 1 energy per opponent hit, which is completely useless. Skill talent levels, which doesn't really matter, and character revive every 15 minutes, which also doesn't really matter. All in all, you get her for free and her constellations don't do much for her, so her being on a banner is pretty bad. Finally, you have Yanfei. Yanfei is a character who at C6 is like a fine-ish damage dealer, but not very good. She's the kind of character that, like, you'll be able to reach the DPS checks, but she's going to be relying a lot more on the rest of your team's damage than some of the better carries do. That being said, like, you will be able to clear stuff with her if you're using her as a carry, right? I want to make that clear. She's not bad. She's also not great, and that's at C6, and before that, obviously, well, she's worse. C1, reduces stamina consumption of charge attacks. I think it also reduces stamina consumption of other things, not just charge attacks. Right, because Scarlet Seal, I'm not actually sure. Let me test it.
Osmanthus wine tastes.
Where the fuck is... There she is.
I charge a higher rate.
Does this give this... No, it doesn't. It has to hit something. Fuck.
Incinerate!
Wait, I don't have the seals anymore. Fuck. Man, they don't last long enough, dude. Dude, I can't tell, man. It's so hard to tell. Is that 45 or 75? I think it's 45, but I'm not sure. Okay, whatever. Let's get back to this. Okay, so, her stamina reduction on her, like in her kit, applies to all stamina. As far as I'm aware, C1 doesn't work on dash and climb, I guess. Stamina, it's a dash one that matters, really. As far as I'm aware, C1 doesn't work on that part, but honestly, it doesn't matter. You're not supposed to run out of stamina on her to begin with. This helps a little bit if you need to dash a lot, but it generally shouldn't be that much of a problem anyways. It's fine. C2, increased charge attack crit rate by 20% against enemies below 50% HP. This one's a bit interesting. The main issue with it is that you don't want to have to build for it and scuff your crit ratio, especially on Yanfei, whose optimal crit ratio is actually not 1 to 2. He's one of the very few characters in the game whose optimal crit ratio is not 1 to 2. And it's because she triggers an additional effect when she crits, right? When she crits on her charge attack, she gets an additional instance of damage. This is damage that happens when you crit, which is functionally similar to crit damage. And because of that, it makes it so that you want to build a bit more crit rate, a bit over 1 to 2 for an optimal crit ratio. Now that's not that big of a deal because honestly the damage difference between 1 to 2 and 2 to 3, which is the general range of an optimal ratio for her, isn't even that large. But it is one thing to keep in mind, and if you are building more 2 to 3 than 1 to 2, it's even more likely that you're above 80%, and then you don't get full value out of this. And then more importantly, effects that apply on enemies below 50% HP are significantly worse than effects that apply on enemies that are above 50% HP. Because the reality is that in most cases, you're doing your attacks in such a way that the attack that brings the enemy below 50% HP doesn't bring them to 49.9. It generally brings them to like 45 or 40 or even 30. If they're squishy, it might be to like 20 or 10. And that makes it so that this 20% crit rate doesn't actually apply to half of her damage. It almost always applies to less than half of her damage. It's still somewhat useful, but it's not actually that great. C3. That's Signed Edict. Is that the skill or the burst? I forgot. That's the skill, so it's completely dog shit. Yeah, okay. C3, pretty fucking useless. C4 is quite good. It gives you a shield, which opens up the possibility of playing Shield Fae, right? Of playing Yanfei as a shielder. And that's actually not terrible, because the shield that she gives is actually pretty big. If you're playing a team where pyro application would be a downside, or where you can't take advantage of Toma's shield because you're not doing enough normal attacks, then Tank Fae, in some situations, can perform as well or better than Toma. That being said, Yanfei's ER requirements in teams where she's used as a shielder are incredibly high. So high that in most situations, you cannot get away with a weapon that doesn't give you energy. You have to use either Fav or Prototype Amber, which removes the upside of her being a catalyst and being able to use TTDS. And in some teams you generate enough energy that you can, but that is something to keep in mind. said, though, this is also very underrated as a constellation for her as a carry. Because shields in general are a form of resistance to interruption. And getting that in your kit is pretty valuable, as, you know, anyone who pulls for the 5 stars that give interruption resistance at C1 would tell you. Right? You can feel the difference, and it's actually relatively relevant for that. Her C5 is fine. My unphase level is not all that high. If I remember correctly, the damage on charge attacks keeps scaling past level 10. But I'm not actually sure. I'll double check. Yeah, it does. Right, so it's effectively more so about the 8% charge attack damage bonus you get than it is about the higher multiplier. Wait, sorry, give me a second, chat. Okay. Yeah, the additional damage of the burst itself doesn't matter that much, because the damage is relatively low to begin with. It's more so about the charge attack damage. But even that isn't even that big of an increase. And then on top of that, you have the very unfortunate reality, and the main reason why Yanfei is not that great of a carry, which is that you generally cannot burst with Yanfei every rotation unless you give her a lot of ER. And it's generally not really worth building a lot of ER on carry Yanfei over building more offensive stats. And you're generally better off bursting every other rotation when you're not getting enough particles from enemies. If she could actually burst every rotation without building ER, she would actually be a lot more competitive with the stronger pyro carries. And, well, if you're at high investment, where you can kill enemies in one rotation, and you get a lot of HP particles from killing enemies, you can reach clear times that are actually not that far behind the other pyro carries. Right? So if you really, really like Yanfei, she's one of those characters that definitely can be made to work at high investment well enough to clear stuff without much of a problem. But even then, right, you're probably not starting the next chamber with your burst. And as it turns out, at max, at level 10, this is like a little bit over 50. I think it's 54. Around 50. Missing around 50 charge attack damage bonus on a character whose main source of damage is charge attacks. And missing the Scarlet Seal generation from the burst, which lets you do reliable 3-stack N2Cs. And I think alternate, if you have C6, you can even do some 4 stacks. The point I'm trying to make here is just, she does a lot more damage with her burst than without. And so actually having the burst every rotation, or actually not being able to get the burst of rotation is really the main reason why she's not that great. I know you can do either N3C or N2C. It's generally gonna depend on the rest of your team, which one is better. N2C vapes a larger portion of your damage. If you're playing her in vape, it also applies more pyro, so if you're playing a slower pyro unit like Farina or Yelan as solo Hydro, you might struggle to keep up your aura. Even Singto, because she's a range character, not melee character, especially if he's not C6. But yeah. Anyways, all of this to say, why is he walking? Stop walking. All this to say, if you want to play her as your carry and you really like her, obviously her being on the banner is going to be nice for you. But if that's not the case, her only relevant constellation is going to be C4, and even then, it's only relevant in very, very niche situations. So because of that, she's definitely one of the worst characters for there to be on a banner. That leaves us with 4 stars that are incredibly bad, incredibly good, and pretty solidly below average. If you compare this to Nevilette's previous banner, which was Singto official Diona, it's significantly worse. That being said, it might still be worth the pull on this banner for some of you guys because of the 5 stars. So let's get right into the 5 stars now. Starting with Kazuha. Kazuha is, he's been rerun a few times now, so I've talked about him many times before. But quick overview. He's a pretty good character, and he works in a lot of teams. He generally tends to be a much more versatile option because he works in almost any team that would want an Animo unit. Even in the teams where he has worse synergy than some of the other Animo options, he's still a functional option. Alright, so for example, even in Taser teams where you can afford to on-field Sucrose, Kazuha's still good, and honestly relatively similar in strength, because his off-field application is so good that him not having relevant on-field almost doesn't matter. Right? Similar for Aggravate teams that focus on off-field electros like Beidou and Fischl, where he's still, even though not necessarily the best option, really not far behind. And then in teams like National, where Sucrose also, I think, tends to be better, he's still not bad. But unlike Sucrose, he actually has a lot more use case in non-reaction teams. And I think especially with more recent character releases, that's started to matter a bit more. Alright, so that's something that is, in my opinion, a little bit different from his last rerun. They've released a few more non-reaction focused units, where Sucrose isn't quite as good for him, or for those teams, right? Like Linny, like a bunch of Nevilette teams. And so I'd say that his overall value has gone slightly up because of that. But also, on the other hand, they've also released more teams that are good without him, right? Now, when it comes to vertical investment into him, his C1, or sorry, not vertical investment. I need to like differentiate what the words I use for resin investment and like money investment or primogem investment. So when it comes to if you want to whale on him or dolphin on him or whatever you want to call it, right? C1 is alright. It increases his energy generation, but it also increases his field time, but it also increases his damage. So it's not always worth using because in a decent amount of teams, you start some of your setup before you go on him. And a lot of teams will use him with Bennett, for example. You use Bennett's burst before you go on him. So using an additional E on him before you go to your carry eats into your carry's burst up time on Bennett, right? So it's not always necessarily worth using. But in a decent amount of teams it is, and it gives you some more versatility for your grouping. So it's still not a bad constellation. C2 gives you EM, and I think Kazuha C2 is one of the most overrated constellations in the game. It's not bad, don't get me wrong, but in teams that aren't reaction focused, it really doesn't do that much. Right? So outside of your vape and melt teams where you use Kazuha, if you're using Kazuha in a Neuvillette team, if you're using Kazuha in a Linny team, if you're using Kazuha in a Mono Hydro team, a Freeze team, a Mono Cryo team, this constellation doesn't actually do that much. It's not completely useless, because 200 EM is more personal damage on him, and a slightly bigger buff on his for his team. But if the characters you're buffing can't take advantage of that 200 EM buff, and all you're getting is the EM buff for Kazuha and slightly higher damage percent buff from that EM, this is a pretty weak constellation overall. Right? So, if you are playing one of those teams where you're playing Vape, you're playing Melt, you're playing Aggravate, where the EM increase on your other units is actually relevant and useful, then this is probably about as good as you would expect reading it. But if you're not, it really isn't that big of a deal, right? And that's what I mean when I say that it's overrated. I think a lot of people don't realize that it's only actually good, or like actually great in a few teams. If you want to go actually whale on him, C3 doesn't really do too much. C4 is fine. It helps with his ER requirements. For a C4 on a 5-star, it's not great though. C5, fine. C6 is funny. It's like relatively good. If you want to play him as an on-fielder, for example, it's pretty good. You can use it with Xianyun as well now, which is quite funny. You can use the C6 Anemo infusion to trigger a reaction on your weapon with other infusions like Bennett's C6, and that can get you a swirl, and that can apply VV to enemies, which is very funny. It's actually a relatively good constellation, but it's a C6, so, you know, it's not fucking worth it. But within C6s, it's an alright one. Like it's not bad. It's not like disappointing and dog shit. And I'll just quickly mention his signature weapon now. I'll get into it more once we get to the weapon banner, but I want to very quickly mention the signature weapon now because we're talking about Constellation, and I know a lot of people wonder, should I go for Constellation, should I go for weapons? His signature weapon is not very good. Mainly because it doesn't give him ER, right? It gives him EM and it gives him a team buff, but in a lot of teams, if you go for his signature, you're gonna either not use your ult every rotation or need incredible artifacts in terms of ER to be able to use an EM sense. Otherwise, you're going to be using an ER sense, and the fact that this EM main stat doesn't really matter anymore. And then the buff you get from it is actually often not that great. There's not too many characters that can use both the normal charge and plunge attack buff and the attack buff. Most carries tend to either like only use one of them, or at least only use one of them well. And most importantly, Fav Sword on him is so good, and Sack Sword, much like his C1, gives you a lot of flexibility with your grouping, which makes it so that the actual gain that you get from his signature is one of the lowest out of any support weapons. And support weapons tend to do less than carry weapons for the specific team you're using them on. They tend to be more versatile as well, but for a given team, they tend to do less. There's a few exceptions, obviously, but... And so being a below average support weapon is... It makes it very hard to justify going for it over stuff like Constellations. But yeah, we'll get into the weapons, or the weapon a little bit more later. But for now, let's talk about Neuvillette. So, I think it's a surprise to no one that Neuvillette is a pretty good character. He's an overall very good carry. Most of the teams that you use him on, most of his good teams, have a bit more damage coming from the supports than people realize. But they're all like, they're fairly strong teams. The main thing that makes him good though isn't, ooh, he's an insane character. He does so much damage. Wow, poggers. It's that he is a good character that does good damage, but also he's really easy to play compared to other characters. Which makes it so that in most situations, you're going to end up playing Neuvillette closer to his theoretical limit than you would other units, which is going to make him, in practice, perform better than you'd expect just looking at how much damage a character can output. This passive, right, his Ascension 1, gives him additional damage on his charge attack based on how many hydro reactions you've triggered in the past 30 seconds. Which effectively translates to he gains more damage based on how many different elements you have in your party. With the asterisk that some enemies can help you get additional stacks of this. Right? What that means is that teams where you play him with another Hydro unit, like with Farina, for example, when you're able to get an additional stack from the enemies, are going to perform significantly better, right? It goes from 125% to 160%, which is a pretty significant increase, right? Right, pretty close to a 25% increase on his personal damage. Just from being able to get a reaction from an enemy. What that does is it effectively creates a situation where he will perform even better in those teams when the enemies let you get a stack for free. Now, if you want to wail on him, C1 gets you 1 stack for free. Which is pretty good. That's quite good. That's a nice little thing. Getting 1 stack for free makes it so that in those teams, you always get that 25%-ish more damage. However, the fact that you can, against some enemies, get that stack anyways, means that against those enemies, the C1 does not increase his damage. Right? The other part of his C1 is that he gets much higher resistance to interruption while doing charge attacks. Which, honestly, I'd argue matters more than the damage increase from it. Because it just removes some of the very few downsides that Neuvillette has, which is that if he gets staggered mid-charge attack, he loses the balls that he used for his charge attack. He doesn't, like, they don't drop back. You don't get, like, oh, you did a third of your charge attack, so you get 2 balls back. No, you just lose them. So if you get staggered, your damage will go down pretty significantly. That being said, a lot of teams can afford to run defensive options with him because he doesn't have a lot of supports that work too well with him for his damage, right? Which makes defensive options with him pretty good. Because you're not sacrificing as much damage, right? There's no HP focused Bennett, right? That you're missing out on if you're running a shielder. And that lack of too many synergistic buffers for him lets him get away with defensive options more easily. And on top of that, he has the ability to kite backwards while he's doing his charge attack. Let's go and showcase it.
Thank you for bow your head.
Right? Where The enemy's attacks, mostly, or many of them, right? You can just dodge by moving around.
Be sanctified.
This one you can't dodge, but that's fine.
Settle down.
Alright, and by keeping your distance. And even when you do get hit, as long as you time your charge attack well, you can still often get most of your charge attack out before getting hit. And because he has so much healing in his kit, right? Every time you charge attack, you heal half of your HP, and you're an HP scaler, so you're going to have a lot of HP to begin with. And you don't get punished very hard for being low HP, right? Like, technically, he gains damage percent based on his HP percentage, but it's not that much damage, so he doesn't actually get punished too hard for being low HP.
Silence.
It effectively makes it so that you can kind of just
The tides beckon.
get away without a form of resistance or interruption in a lot of situations. Right here, I'll just wait a little bit to do my charge attack, and I'll be able to get it without getting staggered. Now, obviously, Primo Bishop is not the most aggressive enemy, right? So there are still going to be enemies where the resistance to interruption from C1 matters a bit more, but all of this is just to say that it's not always going to be necessary, right? Anyway, so his C1 effectively, right, if it is getting you, if you're getting value out of the resistance to interruption, and you're getting value out of the stack, is one of the best C1s in the game for carries, if not the best. But there are going to be situations where it does literally nothing, because you're already dodging the attacks and you get a stack from the enemies. Like, for example, when you're fighting Jade Plume Terror Shroom, you can get a stack from its self-Dendro Infusion, and its attacks tend to be pretty easy to dodge, especially if you're not applying Electro to it. And so against an enemy like that, his C1 is going to be overall kind of useless. Terror Shroom doesn't have a Dendro aura. Terror Shroom self-infuses with Dendro when it does the 3-hit combo attack. Let me see if I can... Jade Plume, Terror Shroom, Wiki. Yeah. And this attack, the Jade Plume Terror Shroom will also imbue itself with the Dendro Aura during the Jumping Slam. And the Dendro Aura stays for a little bit. You can use that to gain an additional stack. On top of that, if you don't have Farina, his better teams don't necessarily want double elements, and there's a decent amount of them where you kind of just run 3 elements anyways, and if you're doing that, then you don't gain much value from that. And that mainly comes from the fact that the Hydra units other than Farina don't actually tend to synergize that well with him. He's a charge attack carry, so he doesn't work too well with Yelan or Sing So. Mona sucks, so even though there's synergy there, it's not necessarily what you want to be doing. Child gives you a normal attack talent level, but that's it. It's fine. The main upside for Child is that you don't have to swap to him for him to actually help, right? So you can effectively play a 3-unit team where you spend more time on Nivilet. But anyways, the point I'm getting at is just There are some situations where this is a very, very good constellation, but there are also some situations where it does little, if not nothing, for you. And if that's the case, it's good for you to keep in mind when you're considering this. C2. It gives him crit damage on his charge attacks. It's pretty alright. There's not much else to say about it. I will say though, because he is a character who runs Marie-Chaussée and gets crit ascension, crit on him is not actually as valuable. What I mean by that is that crit buffs, once you start getting a lot of crit value, actually do reach the same quote-unquote, not really, but kind of diminishing returns as other stats. And once you reach a lot of crit damage, like you do on Neuvillette because of crit ascension, Marie-Chaussée, and if you're considering C2, potential signature weapon that gives a lot of crit, this 42% crit damage ends up being a little bit less valuable than it would be on another character. Right? Like, if you're running... Right? You start at 98.4 CV, because you're 88.4 crit damage. Base plus 5% crit rate. Alright, 62.2 from your circlet. 72 from Marie-Chaussée. If you're getting, what is it, 88.2 from his weapon, and then a high investment Neuvillette build, so I'll use higher assumptions than I usually do for my calcs, will generally have upwards of between 25 and 30 crit stats. Let's do 25 for now. 25 times 6.6%. Right? This is going to be a 100 to 285 ratio, right? Or before Marie-Chaussée, it's going to be 64 to 285, right? More realistically, it's very hard to get exactly 64. So probably more like 60 to 93, right? Right, which is effectively 96 to 93. With C2, rate crit damage crit multiplier. With C2, you'd go up to 335, which is a percentage increase of about 10%. Right? Whereas if you were running a character with a lot less crit value, starting at 200, this increase would be a little bit higher, 14%. Character that doesn't run Marie-Chaussée, doesn't have a crit weapon, right? Maybe starting at 70, 140. Right. About 15%. So, it's not that big of a deal, but it is worth, you know, keeping in mind. And I guess another thing to keep in mind is if you are considering this, especially if you have his signature weapon, when you are reaching these levels of crit damage where you're at like fucking like over 500 CV, right? Even though it doesn't look as pretty, there's a lot of situations where HP circlet becomes better than crit damage circlet. And also, HP substats can become better than crit substats. Not necessarily. In order to know for your specific build what's better, you're going to have to use the optimizer. But that is something to keep in mind. Keep an eye out for HP substats. Keep an eye out for HP main stats. C3, normal attack talent level. It's pretty good. I think it's a bit better than C2. Decent amount better than C2. C4, when he's on the field and healed, generate a source water droplet up to once every 4 seconds. The main upside of this is that it reduces some of the cringe that happens when you accidentally pick up the wrong ball, which is something I've talked about in the Neuvillette Ask Zajef, which should be released by the time this video comes out. Sometimes you pick up the wrong ball, and basically you pick up a newer ball instead of an older ball, and when you do that, one of your older balls can expire before you would want to pick it up. And so, when that happens, you can get value out of this. Generally though, C4 by itself isn't all that good. C5, pretty bad. And then C6 is pretty good. It makes retroactively C4 a decent amount better because, well, you're now generating more droplets. Right? It lets him effectively absorb droplets mid-charge attack instead of having to start a new one. And it makes his charge attack deal more damage. Overall, he's got pretty good constellations, but he also is not reliant on any of those constellations to be a good unit. And then, finally, we're going to move on to the weapon banner. And obviously we're going to start by talking about Tome of the Eternal Flow. And how it compares to Neuvillette's cons. So, the thing about Tome of the Eternal Flow is that it is actually a pretty good signature. But Neuvillette also has a really good Battle Pass weapon. What that means is that in a lot of teams, if you are a Battle Pass buyer, and you're planning on staying a Battle Pass buyer long enough to get refines on Sacrificial Jade, Tome of the Eternal Flow is a relatively minor damage increase. That being said, if you are not a Battle Pass buyer, or if you're not refining Sac Jade, it's a much better option. One effect that's a bit hard to quantify of his free-to-play option, which is Prototype Amber, is that if you're playing him with Farina, you front-load your fanfare generation a little bit more. But more importantly, whether you're playing him with Farina or not, you get some healing, which can help team survivability in general. It's very rare for your Neuvillette to die. I'd say in the past few Abysses, the only situations that have ever felt somewhat threatening for Neuvillette have been whenever the Dendro balls are on screen. But if you press E while they're shielded, you instantly make them you instantly break their shield because the Pneuma hit one-shots the shield. Right, so it's like, The only somewhat dangerous situation as of late is something that his kit literally has a hard counter for. But his high HP, high healing, and self-peel through kiting doesn't apply to the rest of his team. And so getting some healing from Prototype Amber is something that you can't really quantify how good it is. But I've definitely felt the difference when I'm playing Proto Amber versus when I'm not. Especially in non-Farina teams where you don't get Farina healing from overheal on his own things. When I'm playing teams without healers. That being said, obviously, his signature weapon is still quite good, right? They learned from their mistakes in the past. With characters like Kazuha, that when you have a character who has some ER requirements, if you give their signature weapon no ER requirements, it's gonna feel like shit for a lot of people. And so they gave it some energy generation. Overall, is just a quite good stat stake, but it's not a particularly versatile weapon. It can be used on some other characters, but not too many. Right, mainly like it's a fine weapon on Risley. But outside of Risley, generally it's basically just a crit damage stat stick. A decent one, don't get me wrong, but not really that great. Especially because there is a crit. There is a standard banner crit stat stick through Lost Prayers that a bunch of people got just from standard banner bullshit. And considering that Widsith is such a strong 4-star weapon in general. Right? All this to say, it is good on him. But there's a few situations where it's not that big of an increase on him. And it's not a particularly versatile weapon. To go a little bit more into the situations where it's not that big of an increase for him, in general, compared to R5 Sack Jade, it's gonna hover in the like 10 to 15% damage increase range. When you're taking advantage of this energy generation. However, in Farina teams, Farina's hydroparticle generation significantly alleviates Nevilette's ER requirements and make this a lot less useful / necessary, or rather, it makes the it makes weapons that don't have energy generation close the gap to some extent, right? Because this effect stops being quite useful, or stops being as useful. It's still useful because going higher ER than your ER requirements is just comfortable, right? It's just always really comfortable to have more ER than you need, especially because in basically every single situation in this game, you kill enemies not on the last hit of your rotation, but somewhere in the middle, right? It's very rare that the enemy has exactly enough HP for your full rotation's damage. And when you kill the enemies somewhere in the middle, some energy that you would generate at the end gets lost. And so, going higher ER, or going more ER than you need, is still comfortable, especially when you're getting to the next Chamber of Abyss or stuff like that, right? That being said, that comfort is definitely not worth the amount of pulls that it takes to get a weapon from the weapon banner, a signature weapon from the weapon banner. When you're playing him in teams with Farina, where the ER requirements aren't as necessary and all this does is comfort, the actual numerical difference between this and High Refined Sack Jade is single digit and low single digit. Like around 5% or less. And if you're doing actual speedrun stuff on him, and you're playing him with some of his vape speedrun teams, it can actually be worse than Sack Jade. Because if you can take advantage of the EM you get from Sack Jade, obviously that gives it another edge. All of this to say, if you are a Battle Pass buyer, this weapon isn't nearly as good. At R1, the difference is a lot bigger because so much of Sack Jade's power is in how strong its passive is, right? 32 HP at R1, 64 at R5. But for a lot of people, right, you're looking at getting constellations or signature weapons in terms of how much it improves your character. And I'd say that generally, if you're playing him with Farina, his C1 is going to do more for you than his signature. And if you're playing him without Farina, it's a lot more up in the air. And the signature can be better. But you should also keep in mind that the average amount of wishes it takes to get... You should also keep in mind that weapon banners are rough. Because 50/50s don't carry over through weapon banners. And so, in order to guarantee a weapon, you will need to be able to reach Biddy 3 times. Otherwise, you might get it, but you won't be able to guarantee it. Right? More specifically, there's a 75-25 on a weapon banner. 75% that you get a rate up weapon, 25 that you don't. And that does carry over as far as I'm aware. Right? So if you got Lost Prayers on this banner, for example, you're guaranteed to get either Freedom Sword or Tome. But you're not guaranteed Tome. You're guaranteed one of these two. And if you're only going for one of them, then that effectively doesn't matter. It slightly increases your odds from 37.5 to 50, but it's still not a guarantee. And the only actual guarantee is once you've reached 2 fate points, your next 5-star is guaranteed, which means you need to reach Biddy 3 times. Or you need to, if you want to be sure you can guarantee it, you need to have enough wishes to reach Biddy 3 times. Now, you don't need to reach Heart Biddy 3 times because it's statistically so improbable that you can treat it as impossible that you reach Hard Pity at all, let alone 3 times in a row. But reaching Soft Pity 3 times in a row is actually somewhat likely. And so, having 210 plus wishes is generally what you're gonna need if you want to actually guarantee you'll get this. And that's why I generally don't like weapon banners and don't recommend weapon banners, right? The fact that guarantees don't carry over, right? The fact that fate points don't carry over makes it really, really rough unless you've stockpiled a lot of wishes. Right? Because on average, the amount of wishes that you need to get a specific 5-star weapon isn't that much higher than on average the amount of wishes you need to get a 5-star character. But the variance is much, much larger. And if you get fucked, boy, are you not gonna be happy. And if you're spending 210 wishes, and all you get out of it is one 5-star weapon, that's a huge waste. Which is why, when I'm looking at weapon banners, I often try to talk about how good the 4-stars are. Which, hey, look at that. Isn't that a good segue? Let's talk about how good the 4-stars are. Trash, 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 great, good. Fav Lance is great. Multiple Fav Lances is quite useful. Fav Lance is Zhongli's best weapon in most teams. Fav Lance is Xiangling's best weapon in teams where you're using Xiangling as an elemental applicator instead of a carry. Fav Lance, or okay, best 4-star weapon. Fav Lance is Raiden's best 4-star weapon when you're playing Rational. Fav Lance is Rosaria's best weapon in most of the teams where you play Rosaria, or best 4-star weapon in most of the teams where you play Rosaria. Fav Lance is Yao Yao's best weapon, full stop. No way it's better than the catch. For Raiden in Rational doesn't actually do that big of a portion of the team's damage, and so the Fav procs, and the fact that because she's an on-fielder, she can proc it more than once per rotation, give her energy, Xiangling energy, and Xingqiu energy. And that actually makes it so that sacrificing a bit of personal damage on her will increase your team's DPS. It's not always better, because while you are increasing your team's DPS, you're reducing the amount of damage that Raiden's Burst does, and Raiden's Burst is one of the main forms of front-loaded damage that Rational has, so it'll take you longer to clear the first wave if it's a wave of squishies, for example. But, for example, if you're someone who doesn't have 5-star weapons, you have a catch, you have a Fav, catch goes on Xiangling, Fav goes on Raiden if you're playing Rational. Anyways, it's Mika's best weapon, full stop. It's Shenhe's best 4-star weapon, and honestly, often not that far behind her signature. It's Chevreux's best weapon, full stop. It's Toma's best weapon in a lot of teams. That's a lot of characters, right? Is the point I'm making. Fav Lance is a great weapon. I mean, the Fav series in general is a great series of weapons, and individual Fav weapons are better or worse based on how many good characters can use them. And there's a lot of good polearm characters that want to use Fav. That being said, it's not enough to carry a banner. One weapon being great isn't enough for the 5-stars, or for the 4-star weapons to be quite good, right? Like, you need more than one. The next best weapon on this banner is 5 Greatsword, and 5 Greatsword is basically the exact opposite of 5 Lance. In the sense that, whereas 5 Lance is best in slot on a lot of characters, 5 Greatsword isn't. There's very few Claymore characters that are both good and 5 users. It's a fine weapon on Noelle in solo Geo teams, but I'm not a fan of solo Geo Noelle teams, and if you're a Noelle main, you probably want her to deal damage, and if you're not a Noelle main, you probably shouldn't play Noelle. It's often Dory's best weapon, but Dory's not great. It's often Sayu's best weapon, but Sayu's not great. It's often Chongyun's best weapon, but Chongyun's not great. You're seeing the pattern, hopefully. I'd say that its main use, or its main upside, that I'd look at is a high refine. I like playing it on Gumming because Gumming is a character whose energy generation gets so fucked if he kills enemies mid-rotation that sacrificing damage for ER feels almost necessary if you want to play him often. So I like it on Gumming. If you're playing Dea as a defensive option in stuff like Linny teams, it's fine on her. I guess same for Xinyan. And it's good when you're using solo Electro Beto as a
If you ever want to try tactics, I'm always ready.
as a defensive utility option for Chevreuse teams, where you want to have a defensive option that still does decent-ish damage, even if it's not great damage when you're playing solo Electro Beto on Fav, it's still fine. And then obviously, it's best in slot on Thundering Fury, but I am under no delusion that Thundering Fury is a great team. It's a fine team, and it's a funny team, and it's Razor's best team for sure. And it's an actual synergistic use of Razor's kit that is very fun. But it's not an amazing team. I am not delusional. I know. I guess it's also a decent option for Kave. Yeah, I'd say that, like, mainly
Not again.
Beto and Gumming are like the two characters for which Fav feels relevant. And even then, like I said, for Gumming, it's not actually a good weapon for his damage, and he doesn't need that much ER if you're finishing your rotations. It's just, I like not having to battery for 3 hours at the start of the next chamber if I kill the enemy in the middle of the rotation. Anyways, so 5 Greatsword is like arguably the worst Fav weapon. It's still a Fav weapon, so it's still relatively good. And Claymores in general don't tend to matter that much. Right? Most characters don't really care too much about gacha 4-star weapons. They either want Serpent Spine if you have it, or the increase that you get from the gacha weapons, or sorry, from one of the craftable options to a gacha weapon is small, if not just not an increase at all. So generally the Claymore slot is the one that matters the least on weapon banners, right? I'd say a long time ago it used to be the catalyst slot that mattered the least. But now I'd say it's the Claymore slot. I think the best Claymore there can be in here is Aquamaru. But even then, between Aquamaru and Fav, I think they're both fine. But yeah. So, to recap. Fav Lance, great. Best polearm there can be. The polearm slot actually matters. And Dragon's Bane is not generally all that great to be on a banner. Like, the gap between, in my opinion, my perception of the gap between Fav Lance and Dragon's Bane on a banner is that it's very large. Fav Greatsword, one of the better claymores, but not that significant. And then these three rejects suck. Middernacht Waltz, I don't think I need to go into detail about why it's bad. It's a physical damage bow. There is no physical damage bow user, so it's not good. The Flute, it's an attack stat stick with a motion value passive that does physical damage, and it's not a lot of physical damage. It's generally a downgrade to the craftables. And then Wine and Song is just complete dog shit. It's arguably the worst gacha weapon that exists. Like, it's an ER weapon that increases your attack when you sprint. There aren't really characters who actually need ER and can make use of this passive. If it had an attack substat, it would be a decent stat stick for someone like Wanderer, for example. And if you look at how many stats it gives overall, it's not actually that bad, right? Like, God. What's going on? Why isn't it loading? Oh no, is the website down? No! Alright, if you compare it to a similar weapon in Ultimate Overlord's Mega Magic Sword, right? At R5, it gives you 48% attack, and it's also base attack, main stat, ER substat. And this one is actually useful because it has a user. So like, if you're just looking at the amount of stats that it gives, at R5 it's not a terrible stat stick, but it's a gacha weapon with a passive that is worse than an event weapon. with a similar stat line. I think this is low base attack. I'm not sure. That's what I wanted to double check. I don't remember the base attack of Mega Magic Sword. It's high. Is it high? So is it actually the same stat line? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. So yeah, so it's the same stat line with a slightly worse effect because the stamina reduction isn't really gonna matter, especially if it's only 20% reduction. Maybe one day we'll have a Catalyst character who wants to dash cancel stuff very often, and they'll have a passive that reduces, like, they'll have like a fucking 50 stamina dash, but they'll have a passive that reduces your stamina consumption, or yeah, that reduces your stamina consumption by like 50%. And maybe if this scales additively with that, then this 22%, right? Or maybe make it like 60%, right? And then this 22% would effectively make it go from 40% of the initial cost to 18% of the initial cost, which is basically a over 50% reduction. Maybe one day we'll get something like that that would make this passive relevant. But other than that, like, this part of the passive just doesn't matter. And then increasing attack by 40%. It's like I said, right? At R5, it's a worse effect than a recent event weapon. And it's a gacha weapon at R5. Right? So it's like, it's a fine weapon at R5 that doesn't have a user right now. So it's not even good right now. All this to say, it's dog shit. It's not good. It's one of, if not the worst gacha weapon out there. Yeah, that's that. It sucks. That's that. So overall, right? I guess final thoughts on Freedom Sworn to bring it all together. I've already talked about how generally little of an upgrade Freedom Sworn is, if it's an upgrade at all. When I play on accounts that have Freedom Sworn, it's honestly generally a 50-50 whether I use Freedom Sworn or Fav, depending on the team. If you're someone who, like me, plays a lot of different teams, you don't really notice, you don't notice it that much when you're doing 5% less damage, but you sure as fuck notice it when you're missing 20% ER. And so an additional layer to the Freedom Sworn stuff is because there are some teams where with Freedom Sworn you won't have the ER requirements. Not just on Kazuha, but also on your other characters. Even if I had it personally, I would probably leave him on Fav most of the time. Well, okay, maybe that's not true. Just because I only have one Fav sword. So I'd probably be a little bit more generous giving it to other characters. But if I had more, okay? Anyways. Laugh at me. Listen, okay? Oh yeah, actually, speaking of that, right? Learn from my mistake, okay? Back in like 2021 or early 22, before I started theory crafting this game properly, I made the mistake of refining my Fav sword. R3. And I have not gotten a single Fav sword since. So, if you are getting Fav Lance from this banner, keep in mind, it is a very good weapon on multiple characters. And it is generally going to be better to have 2 R1 5 lances if you're playing 2 characters that want it than it would be to have 1 R2. My personal recommendation is for 5 lances. Lances specifically, because there's so many users, I'd probably want to keep at least 3. Swords, there's not as many users, so 2 should generally be fine, but personally, I'd still want 3 or more. Claymores, there's barely 1 character, but they might come out with new characters in the future that want them, so I'd recommend keeping 2 at least. Catalysts, I haven't had too many issues generally. I think that the Catalyst characters that want 5 generally have decent alternatives, right? For example, Baiju can use Prototype Amber, Nahida can use a more damage-focused weapon, Mona, depending on the team, can sometimes use TTDS. So, Fav Codex is probably the one that I'd feel the least bad about not keeping multiple copies of. Obviously, because of that, it's also the one I have the most copies for, I think. Oh, mods. Mods! And then Fav Bow, I'd also probably want to keep at least 2. But yeah, like, obviously, if they come up with more characters that want 5 in the future, you might regret refining previous Favs, like I have with my Fav swords. But that doesn't mean you should, like, keep 83 different Favs, right? Like, obviously, you can find the compromise you feel comfortable with of how many Favs you want to keep and how many you want to refine. My personal recommendation would probably be 2 bows, 2 swords, 3 lances, and then do what you want for Codex and Claymore. I think the main... Oh, okay, yeah. But anyways, we're getting into stuff outside of just this banner, right? For this banner, Fav Lance, and that's why I started talking about it. Fav Lance is the one that is going to be useful on the most different good characters that you may want to have on one of your 2 teams at the same time. And so it's the one I would recommend keeping multiple copies of the most out of all the Fav weapons. Overall, I'd say that this banner is not great. If you are a vertical investment Neuvillette player, right? If you are specifically wishing for characters that fit his teams, you're going really high. Like, you've been farming Marie-José for artifacts for him forever. You're triple crowning him, all that good stuff, right? This banner's not that bad because Freedom Sworn is actually good on Kazuha in Neuvillette teams because Kazuha won't necessarily want to use his burst in Neuvillette teams. There's a decent amount of situations where you just don't. And you generally don't need the ER on Neuvillette himself in Neuvillette Farina teams, right? So Freedom Sworn is pretty good in those teams. That being said, it's not even that much of an upgrade over just using Iron Sting, because you can't take advantage of the attack buff. It's only the damage buff. And Linny, also to some extent on Linny, but I think Kazuha's burst is a lot more important in Linny teams, because in a lot of practical scenarios, you're not doing that many charge attacks on Linny, right? And Kazuha's burst being a good way to deal some AoE damage actually matters a bit more. And so actually getting enough energy to use his burst matters more. It's still an upgrade, but it's not as much of an upgrade. And then, if you're not a Neuvillette player, you don't really want this as a stat stick. You're better off going for a different stat stick. It's a good stat stick if you're playing Risley, but you'd obviously rather use a signature. And it's a relatively good stat stick if you're a Yanfei main who plays her with Farina. Outside of that, if you're considering Freedom Sworn for Kazuha and you don't have Neuvillette, or you don't play Neuvillette, or you already have his weapon or whatever, this banner is gonna be the death of you. It's really not good. The alternative is fine-ish stat stick that you're not gonna use, or that you're gonna use on only a few characters, and it's not gonna be that big of an increase. And the 4-star weapons are below average. And to begin with, Freedom Sworn isn't that good for Kazuha anyways. So this is definitely not a very good banner to go for if you're someone who wants to improve your Kazuha. Whereas if you're someone who wants to improve your Neuvillette, it's an okay-ish banner to go for. And then final thoughts on the character banners. I feel like we've been doing this for a while. This is going to be a really long banner review. Final thoughts on the character banners. Overall, the 5 stars are very good. The 4 stars are slightly below average, I would say. Right? With Singto being great, but the other two not being there. And then, if you've been playing for a while and you already have C6 Singto, then this banner is even worse. However, these are 5 stars that are good enough to potentially go for their banner. Honestly, even if Singto was Noel. So obviously Singto being there is a very nice thing. And if you're thinking of going for these characters, you can just keep that in mind. They're pretty good characters and generally good enough that you can pay less attention to what the 4 stars are. And I would say that for both of them, honestly. If you want more details about Kazuha specifically, or Neuvillette specifically, make sure you check out the Ask Zajef videos. I'm not sure if they're going to be posted before or after this. Going to depend on when this gets done. They should be posted before, hopefully. But yeah, so that's going to be it. I hope you guys enjoyed. I went into a lot more detail than I usually do on banner reviews. Let me know if you think that's something that's like worth it. If you liked that, because I'm thinking of trying to do this for all the banners from now on. But I also know that the algorithm doesn't tend to be that nice to videos that are too long, so I'll
cause them no harm.
The whole point of these banner reviews is to help people figure out whether they want to go for the banner or not. So if no one sees it, then it's not a helpful video, right? So let me know if how much you like this format compared to the other formats. If you'd prefer something more concise as well, let me know. And see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Also, editors, I'm gonna say something I want you to put towards the beginning. But yeah, so in this video, or sorry, this is gonna be a much longer banner review than my banner reviews have historically been. So for those of you that want information about a very specific thing, don't be scared to use the timestamps because you might need to. There's a lot of yapping going around. If you're only interested in a specific aspect of the banner, make sure you use the timestamps. Don't feel obligated to watch a part you're not interested in. And yeah, let's get right in. Okay, so that's that. I'll be right back.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
I'm back.
I see the value in my
Glorpium. What the fuck is that? I like it.
In all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Is it better to pull for C1 Neuvillette or his weapons? Depends on what you have. Compared to Battle Pass weapon, his weapon doesn't do much in a team like this one, right? That's double hydro, so you get a lot of energy generation, so the wrong pace? Oh no. Oh no. But yeah. And so the C1 would do more. Whereas if you're playing, I don't know, something like this, for example,
In the name of the princess.
right? A C1 doesn't do as much because you already have 3 elements, so you don't even get the additional stack. And you're gonna need higher ER requirements, so the energy from the weapon does more. And so in a team like this, then the weapon would generally be better than the C1. So all in all, it depends on what team you play him in. I have C4 so Star Glitter saved and don't really care about Neuvillette. Is it worth trying to snipe the last 2 cons? It depends on what you mean by don't really care. Right? If by don't really care you mean if I get him, I will literally not even level him and play him, then I wouldn't recommend it. If by don't really care you mean I already have stuff to clear, but if I get him, I'll play him, then I'd probably go for it, yeah. It depends on how little you care, basically. Reminder, Nivilet voice lines. I don't know if I want to do them. Nivilet video is already edited too. Fine. You know what? Fine. I'm in a good mood. We can do them.
Silence!
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 Silence! Whatever.
Bow your head.
Bow your head. Oh, I can't replay it. Fucking hell.
Water comes in many flavors. Settle down!
Settle down!
Mondstadt's water is Settle down!
Settle down!
While water from Liyue...
Shut up!
Settle down!
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 Settle down! Whatever.
The tides beckon.
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 The tides beckon. No.
The tides beckon.
The tides beckon.
Be sanctified.
Be sanctified.
Be sanctified.
Be sanctified.
Let the mighty be humbled.
Let the mighty.
Let the mighty be humbled. Let the mighty be humbled.
Let the mighty be humbled. Let the mighty be humbled.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Okay, wait, let me make this not go to the VOD so I can try it at the same time as he's saying it. Let me go to sound settings. Go to aux. Water comes in many Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses the depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it. Okay. I can't really do that one very well, but it just is what it is. We can't hear? What do you mean we can't hear? Was it too loud? Meluzine's time? Voice line's too loud? Okay. Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm. Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm. Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm. True! Okay, shall we try Japanese? His voice is so high. Se shukuni. Se shukuni. Se shukuni. Se shukuni. Kobe wo taredo. Kobe wo taredo. Kobe wo taredo. Kobe wo taredo. Sawaguna. 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 That's too long. Matsu no nari ga ii? Matsu no ni. Matsu to naru ga ii? Matsu to naru ga ii? Matsu to naru ga ii? True. Let's try Chinese now. Oh yeah, I should put a wait, exclamation mark marker. Wait, no, slash marker. Slash marker. Okay, for the editors. So now. Di tao. Di tao. Di tao. Di tao. Di tao. Di tao. Bo da xian hua. 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 It's hua, not ha, not ha. Bo da xian hua. Wait. Let's put this in Google Translate so I can see the Google Translate. Bo da xuan hua. Xuan hua. Bo da xuan hua. Dude, it's so hard. I did my best, man. That's as good as it's gonna get. That's as good as it's gonna get. I did my best, okay? Johnsuk. 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 Nope. Soran Gumji. Soran Gumji. Soran Gumji. Soran. Soran Gumji. Soran Gumji. Soran Gumji. Soran Gumji. Kapumi Deora. Kapumi Deora. Kapumi Deora. Kapumi Deora. Kapumi Deora. Okay. That's as good as it's gonna get. There we go. It is done. Very pog.
In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored based.
French Navidad voice lines? Wait, should I do that? Wait, I'm actually kind of down. Chat, I should do a French Navidad voice line. True, true. uh Hmm. L'eau peut avoir... L'eau peut avoir... how should I say this? L'eau peut avoir différentes saveurs au palais sophistiqué. L'eau de Mondstadt est... How would you say crisp water in French? Coustiel? Yeah, no, that's not gonna work out. Can you just look at in-game voice line in French text? Maybe I can, actually. You're so right. If I go language, French, français, ah oui oui, and I go to voiceover, réplique.
Water comes in.
L'eau se décline en plusieurs saveurs pour les palais exigeants. That's such a bad translation. Whatever. L'eau se décline en plusieurs saveurs pour les palais exigeants. L'eau de Mondstadt est nette et pure, tandis que l'eau de Liyue a un arrière-goût persistant. À Inazuma, l'eau possède une saveur d'une profondeur incomparable. L'eau de Sumeru, quant à elle, possède un profil aromatique riche et complexe, mais il faut la savourer patiemment pour l'apprécier pleinement. True! Is French your native language? Yes. Wait, should I do it in Quebecois now? L'eau se décline en plusieurs saveurs pour les palais exigeants. L'eau de Mondstadt est nette et pure, tandis que l'eau de Liyue a un arrière-goût persistant. À Inazuma, l'eau possède une saveur d'une profondeur incomparable. L'eau de Sumeru, quant à elle, possède un profil aromatique riche et complexe, mais il faut la savourer patiemment pour l'apprécier pleinement. It's not Quebec vocabulary, though. Like, it's very, very France vocabulary. So it's, like, not... Yeah. It's like if you're reading an American and you say bloody and, like, cunt. No, maybe not cunt. Like... What else? Well, what are other, like, British words? Muppet. Yeah. In it. Daft. Blimey. Yeah. Actually, it's like if you're saying, oh, blimey, man. Oh, blimey, brother. Like, yeah, technically it's an American accent, but it's not, like, it sounds off, you know? Anyways. This plead sparky eyes. For some reason, I can't redeem my points. I'm not adding it. Maybe if you ask it with points, I'll add it. I won't. What the fuck is blimey? It's like the British equivalent of goodness gracious. Oh golly. Oh goodness. Oh blimey. Oh blimey, brother. Goodness gracious isn't British. I think it's standard. Like it's used everywhere. Chat, do you want to know what the word for toaster is in French? It's bread griller. It's such a stupid name. Here in Quebec, we just call it a toaster. Like, toaster is a French word. Here. Is toast called grilled bread? I don't actually know what the correct name for toast is. I guess it is, yeah. But here it's un toast. J'ai mangé ma toast hier. Not to be confused with our toast, right? So if you're saying un toast, which is un is like the feminine determinant, right? So feminine toast is like bread, right? But masculine our toast is like toasting. to something, right? Like cheers.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue.
I feel bad for French speakers. The worst thing is neither of those words are actually French words. And yet they're still gendered differently when they're the same word, and it means different thing when it's gendered differently. It's so weird. What is gender neutral toes? There's... I don't think there is a gender neutral determinant in French for... I don't know what you call it. Like... There's a gender... No, there... Is there? I don't think so. Because every noun is gendered, I think. And it's either the feminine or masculine. I can't think of a non-gendered French word, like French noun.
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
I'm pretty sure even non-binary is gendered. Like, if you want to say a... actually, I guess it's kind of weird to use non-binary as a noun. To some extent. Like, you'd use it as an adjective more than a noun. And person is feminine. So, if you're using it as an adjective, then it doesn't assign gender to the non-binary. It just assigns gender to the word person, which is a feminine word. Alright, like you'd say une personne non-binaire. But I have no idea how you'd be supposed to say, if you were to use it as a noun, how you'd be supposed to say it. Why are numbers in French hard and complex? I mean, it's not hard and complex. It's reusing some words with logic in them so that you don't have to memorize as many different words. Instead of having a word specifically for 80, it's just 4 20s. So you don't have to remember the word. Same for 90. It's 4 20s and 10. Maybe you could just say 8 10? Not really, because that could be 2 different numbers. Well, I guess not. But like... Could you say 8 10? Would that work? Probably, yeah. But like, that's the same as 420, right? Seems arbitrary. Why that combination? No clue. Probably because a long ass time ago, people often used numbers in the 80s to refer to things that were often grouped in groups of 20s. I couldn't tell you. I'm not a fucking expert on the etymology of the French language. You can count 20 on hand? Yeah, I guess so. That might be why. True, I have 4 hands. Now you can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. By that logic, I can count 2,000? Not really. Because if you always start on the same hand, this always means 17, right? No, 18. This always means 18, right? It doesn't mean 2, because it'd be 2 if it was on the other hand, right? Cornge? Yeah, that was a little cornge. It's okay. Alright, let's see if there's any news on Arlecchino. No, there was not. There are no news. Man.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see...
We're doing counting today? Yeah, we're learning how to count.
People of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Maybe I can take a look at that later, DJ. Why is something like 60 soixante instead of 20? I don't know. So the French is just making shit up? Every single language makes shit up. That's what languages are. That's how words happen. Where are we gonna add it? Chat, I want you to tell me what is the stupidest word in your language, okay? If I'm thinking about it, I think the stupidest word, okay, I think the stupidest word in English is grapefruit. It's just really stupid. It doesn't make any sense. You combine 2 words, grape and fruit, but it has literally nothing to do with grapes. It is not a grape. A grape is already a fruit, and then when you make grapefruit, it's a completely different thing. That's stupid. Strawberry. Honestly, I can give strawberry a pass. Because it has a bunch of different holes in it, like a straw does. Kind of looks like someone poked your strawberry with a straw. Like, with all the, like, strawberry holes, whatever thing. Right? Like, it's... I can give it a pass because, I can make sense of it, you know? There's no way I'm giving grapefruit a pass. Eggplant? It's a plant that has the shape of an egg. Next. I wonder what the stupidest word in French is. Every word in French is stupid. That's a good point. A good point you make there. Bread griller? No, grille-pain makes sense. It is a machine that grills bread, you know? It's not a portmanteau of two words that have nothing to do with each other. Look, even the word portmanteau makes sense, right? Because it's borrowed from French portemanteau, and it's like, literally, wears...
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is
Vest? Not vest. What's the word for manteau in English?
From Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a
Coat? Yeah, where's coat?
Unlike any other.
And it's like a word that's disguised as another one, right? Like it's like a combination of a word with another, because a word is wearing the coat of another word, right? Like it kind of makes sense. You can kind of make sense of it, right? Game is still in French? Oh yeah, it is. Maybe we can find inspiration. Malice. Prototype. Postulat de l'antan. Couronne de la commisération. Verdict de l'axiome. Récompense du courroux. Stabilité de l'eau. Oh larmes, je rembourse. Oh marée, je reviens. Can you read Deluxe? Why? Why Deluxe? Because cock? Okay. Conviction. Chaleur des cendres. Feu et acier. Flamme courante. Phénix, messager de l'aube. L'épée des flammes, brise de nuit. Épée trempée. Assaut brûlant. Aurore. Impitoyable. Bénédiction du phénix. Légende de l'aurore. Check Farina. Oh yeah, Farina's just gonna yap a lot, right? There's 2 L's in Sollicitation. Really? Oh, there is. That's crazy. I hate when shit like this happens, man. When a word in English has 1 letter and the exact same word in French is the same word, but with a letter doubled. Like, this is solicitation. It means the same thing. There's just 1 more L. And that's the right way to write it in French for some fucking reason. I hate it. Salon solitaire. Liesse populaire. Valse inarrêtable. Confession inattendue. Scène de la mer. L'amour. Oh. L'amour est un oiseau rebelle que nul ne peut apprivoiser. Sorry. Wait, what is the right notes for it? Where does it start? It was right? Really? I don't have perfect pitch. There's no way it was right. It was right! What the fuck? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. L'amour est un oiseau rebelle que nul ne peut apprivoiser. The Jeff opera? True! Oh fuck. The end was bad. Cause I don't know the melody. I don't fucking listen to Carmen in my free time. Oh, okay. Okay. L'amour est un oiseau rebelle que nul ne peut apprivoiser. Was that right? Yeah, it was. Okay, Paul. True! Ain't no way my streamer is singing Carmen. Yep. You should sing this when you do Ask Zajef Farina. True, actually! Child, what if I learn how to sing this? Like, the whole thing. Baritone it? Fuck no! Original register. If I can reach the notes of the original register, I'll do it original register. Yeah, we can reach that. We can reach that. Could I do that background? It's high. I can reach that though. I can reach that. I can reach that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, no. I thought she went up, but she didn't. We can reach that. Peak resolute behavior? Yes, I agree. Does it go any higher than that? At any point? We can reach that. I don't think it does. Damn. I might actually have a Carmen in me. I can hit a G5. Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't go higher than G5. I can hit a G5. It's not gonna sound pretty, but I can hit it. Jeff's turn? No, probably not today. But I'll consider doing it for the Farina Ask Zajef. Refresh shot? Okay. Yeah, it's Sing Jeff, not Quest Jeff, true. Okay, oh, we're still in French, true. You know, I wonder, if I actually, like, practiced it, I wonder how bad it would sound. Because, like, obviously, I am not a soprano. I don't think that's much of a secret. Right? But I can reach the notes, even if they don't sound great. If I actually practiced it and, like, reinforced my upper register, I wonder how good I could make it sound. Not good, but, like, how good, you know? You are Zolprano? True! Let me see if I can try to find sheet music that has vocal parts and musical parts. This is just a piano solo, but I might be able to figure out the vocal melodies. My ear is really bad at like distinguishing between two different notes that are being sung at the same time. So I would need to find a sheet music that has that, but I'd be down to do all the melodies, or all the harmonies, sorry.
Melusines are beautiful creatures.
Muse score mod check. Vocals, yeah, it doesn't have the vocals, but like it has the vocal part, it just doesn't have. Yeah. I hate the soullessness of yeah, dude. I also hate it. Let's try to sight read it. Oh no! My hands are too small for this, man.
Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Leo has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. So Meow's water has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it.
Ah. Is that right? Yeah, it is, but no. I can't. Left hand is doing a movement that I can't do without moving my hand a lot. And if I'm not watching my piano, I'm just gonna hit the wrong note. So I can't sight read it like this. Alright, like I can...
endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in performing my duties.
Yeah. Whatever, it is what it is. A boba is too low in the chart, we need more boba. I agree. I agree. 100% agree. Man. Alright, chat, I'll be right back. Give me a minute.
Liyue.
Alright, I'm back, chat. Sorry about that. I still can't believe I started on the right note. Like, that's crazy to me. I don't have perfect pitch. That would literally just a lucky guess. Like, I know the register where it starts. But how did I start on the right note?
Melusines are beautiful creatures. They are the pride of Fontaine. Be
You
sure
won the
to
gacha?
protect
I guess so.
and cause them no harm.
Maybe you're just that good and you should sing more. True! Maybe I am just that good. Real. Maybe you develop relative pitch. I mean, sure. I obviously sure. I have relative pitch, like basically everyone does, but like I haven't heard Carmen in years. I don't think I remember it from the last time, you know? You're just cracked then? True! True. I am.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water
Can I ask
from Liyue
if
has
there
an
is a good sign of teaming as a cringe boss on 12-3 second half, a team that can break the shield quickly? I mean, you can just
Sumeru's water
use Zhongli on your Sino team if you want,
complex flavor profile,
or just
but it must be
spam
skilled
plunge attacks
to fully appreciate it.
before you start your rotation. Perfect pitch is a double-edged sword? No, it's not. Oh no, I'm able to tell what note is playing when a note is playing. I'm perfect pitch, I want to throw my induction stove out of the fucking window. That's not a perfect pitch issue. That's just noise being annoying, man. The reason why noisy, annoying things annoy you isn't because you can tell what pitch it is, it's because they're noisy and annoying. Are there issues when someone's playing off tune halfway down the clarinet section? I can't tell them to pull out their barrel by 1 millimeter. I mean, if someone's playing off tune, you don't need perfect pitch to be able to tell. Good relative pitch will tell you as well, you know? Did Hoyo change Arlecchino's kit again today? No, but we had leaks of the next beta change yesterday. I just... whatever, man. Any fun Dory C6 teams? Yeah, Dory with Farina and Quick Bloom. So Dory, Nahida, Fischl, Farina. Pretty good. Have you learned any Hoyo pieces? I learned one, but I don't know if I remember it well enough. I'll try.
Melusines are beautiful creatures.
Shut up.
They are the pride.
Fuck, I don't remember it. I need to have the sheet. I need to have the sheet. I don't remember it well enough. Fuck, what is it? Ah. No! Ah, what is it again? I forgot. Oh yeah! How is it? What's this? Ah, I don't. Fuck! What the? Oh. Okay. Okay, let's try it again. Now that I've played it once, I should be fine. I'm a little rusty, but it is what it is. He's not looking. I want to go wide. I should learn that too. It's a really good one. Exclamation mark Discord should give you a valid link. Circle of inevitability. That's a lot of blue. But yeah, I didn't play it enough to commit it to muscle memory, so I have to like actively remember what the notes are. Hi Zaj, I'm behaving. Yeah, sure, buddy. I know you are having impure thoughts. I know you. Is there anything else I want to do today, chat? How long have you been playing piano? I played for like 10 years, but I have not practiced in a long time. My Discord being cringe, or did the Nightbot link also expire? Ah, fuck. You're right, it did expire. Why did it expire? Oh shit, did we did we not get enough boosts? Oh no.
Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste.
No, we
in
do.
Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike.
Oh, we probably lost it and then got it back, so I have to remake it.
Complex flavor, but it must be
server settings? Custom invite link. Okay, it should work now. Hopefully. It does, yeah. I think. Wait, does it? Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. There you go. Thanks for letting me know it didn't work. No command for the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale? No. Deserved. Do you think they'll update maybe let water idle in Natlan and Snezlaya? I doubt it. No, I don't think they will. I would be very surprised if they did. Very, very surprised. Is there anything else I want to do today, chat? I don't really want to quest. I'll quest tomorrow, Klugi. A real event? I don't think I want to do the event today. Alright. You know, I really hate this. You know, maybe I'm just so tired of farming for a character I don't even have yet. Maybe I do something else that... Whoa, how do I have so many of those? That's cool. I don't think I need any greens, right? Yeah. Whatever. Okay. How do you have so much money? I don't. I don't know. You get more money than you spend in this game. I haven't. I don't know, man. I've never been bottlenecked by money. I've run out of basically every other resource at least once, but credits never. Probably because you get a bunch of credits from Sim Universe or something. I don't know. All right. How many preservation things do I have ready for Zajef? Don't care. Where are they? Oh, they're here. Not that many. I should probably use some of these, huh? What do I even use them on, though? This for Fushan, maybe? I don't have that much left, though. I only have one. I guess these I should probably level. Alright. Because, okay, who else? I guess I also want to level Herta's stuff, right? But I don't want to level Herta. Fuck. Get Pilla ult maxed. That's a good idea. I like that. I'm gonna need to level her more so I can do it, though. Fuck. These don't matter. I guess the effect hit rate kind of matters. I guess this also matters. It's not that big of a deal, though. Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Have tutorial anyways? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm not ascending her today. Why did I do that then? Fuck. Okay, maybe I should get this. No. Unironically, it's probably right to level this, but ugh. Maybe, you know what, actually? Maybe we level Kafka's skill. That's probably worth it, right? Or maybe Seppo. I don't know. Nah, not Seppo. That's not worth it. Yeah, I'll just do this. $69. Is it that worth to level traces to 10? Depends on the character. Dot characters, yes. It is very worth to level their trace that affects dot damage to 10. Alright, if you go Kafka, right? We go and take a look. Oh god. Why is it not loading?
Were you shocked just now?
Is Hakushin down as well? No weighing. Oyo's truck? You think so? Is it done for you guys as well? I can't access it. Okay, Amber's back at least. Okay. Project Yada. Probably up, yeah. Okay. Alright, if you look at Kafka ult, right? The dot at level 10 is 290. At level 9 is 257, right? That's like a 12-13% increase. Plus, it increases the detonation damage and the base damage. Whereas a character like Acheron, right? From 285 to 300, it's like 5% increase, right? So it's basically over double the damage increase. Alright. I think... I don't want to keep farming for him. Like, some part of me wants to level his skill and ult a bit more. But he just feels so fucking bad to use. I kind of just want to bench him and never look at him again. could crown this. Still use them with breakfast? No, I don't. I use them with night on the Milky Way. True. Oh, you use with, I see. Yeah, I think Juan's slowly getting better with the new supports and sets, but like, he's still not good. Like, he hits like a fucking noodle, man. Like, I have insane relics for him and he hits like a noodle. If Sparkle Thing in, he's good. With Sparkle Thing in, he hits like a noodle. Cause like, I'm comparing him to QQ, you know? And like, yeah, no, his damage is just bad. Probably find this MOC, maybe. But like, I don't know, man. QQ's the problem, not Juan. Okay, well, the power level of a lot of characters is significantly higher than Jingyan. Effectively means the same thing as Jingyan sucks. You know? Are you able to full star MOC? No. I can't survive floor 10. My second side defensive option is a level 59 Lynx without actual relics or trace levels. Yeah, no. No. Locha will do the job. I'd rather get him onto win. And I don't know if, I don't think I'll be able to clear MOC as soon as I get him. Because I think my investment on some of my other characters is still not high enough. But I don't want to farm for better sets for them because I'd rather farm for better win sets. We still lack the DPS to clear highest floors of MOC. My QQ is more than strong enough. My ratio probably isn't. Is the way I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, because, like, my two teams are gonna be... I guess we can...
Do you want to enter the forgotten?
I'll do this eventually, I just can't be bothered right now. My two teams are gonna be this and... no, it can't be that. We're gonna pretend this is Onsurin, okay? I still need something here. Here, right? So I'm probably just gonna be using some random bullshit. Might just use Bald, honestly. Or I'm gonna do this if I end up getting Topaz. Why not use Brony on the first side? Here? Oh no. No, no, no. I'm good. B2 Nightmare? No, it's just that's too many skill points. Like, the skill point economy in this team is rough even with Tingyun. Obviously, it's not gonna work with Bronya. What I can do, though, is something like this, right, is gonna work as well, if it's Wind Weak. Sustain second half. This Yugong is a stand-in for Onsurin. Shield won't work with Blade. I've been playing Blade with Fushuan pretty much exclusively. Isn't Ratio, Bronya, Pilla, Onsurin, QQ Spark ulting it? Fushuan good? It's rough for skill points. It might still be my best team I can do right now. While waiting for Topaz. Maybe with Ewan Bronya it's fine. Yeah, I don't have that. Yes, if I had Locha, it would work, but without Locha, nah. With the Onsurin, it's just I think it's gonna be too skill point reliant. Maybe you are throwing enough follow-ups that it's fine, right? Because with Bronya, you are throwing a lot more follow-ups, so maybe it's fine. But I don't know. I don't think so. In 135 speed ratio and 134 speed Bronya. Oh, I can't do 135 speed ratio. My ratio build is 150 speed. Either 150 or 154. But I can use this one that has 4 speed on it. I just have a lot of speed in my subs. Where I see that it's unbuilt well, never skills against AoE damage. Yeah, against AoE damage, but against single target, he generates less bling or whatever it's called. And, well, single target attacks generally deal more damage, right? And you're only shielding one, like you're not giving a bigger shield. Oh yeah, blind bets, that's what they're called, yeah. As long as your bonus floor, yeah, like, right now she's at 149, right? Like, right now everything is good, but I guess she doesn't have... Surely I have something that doesn't have speed, right? Dude! Okay, whatever. Oh no, but that's not good, though. I can't go Von Whack, so I'd have to go Penacony. Penacony's not even good, though, so I guess I'd want, like, Space Sealing Station or something. But I don't think I have an ER row for that. So I just go Penacony, whatever. Okay, I think then I would do this and... Oh god, okay. I am begging the rounding to be good. I am actually begging the rounding to be good. Please be favorable. I am begging you. Oh wait, no, Bronya has this one. Oh, that's not good. Oh wait, that's not good at all. Okay, wait. Honestly, I'll just sort back with damage. Give her this. 149. Okay, and then I can give him this thing. Yeah, okay. So I could do something like this, right? But the problem is because he's so fast, my skill point consumption is going to be even higher, right? So I'm not going to be able to generate enough skill points with the rest of the team. 161 pillow. That's not enough when your carry is at fucking 150 speed, you know? Like, you need more than that. And I can get 161 pillow if I nerf Sparkle a little bit, which I don't want to do. Or like, wait, that's one more speed than last time I checked. What? Why? Oh, is it? Ah, I see. This attack orb has slightly more speed. That's funny.
Do you want to enter the...
Like, we can take a look at how it goes if you want. I'm gonna be playing ratio against something that is not ideal for him, but it is what it is.
Seems this path is no good. Show your courage.
For the theater of the meat.
Do we still have the upper hand? Ready for another?
I think the right play here is actually just to do this.
Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
I think we got a -1 here. No, I don't want to.
Enemy data set network activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
0 points.
Yeah. That's a problem. Wait, why didn't I attack that? That's fine.
To travel. Resistance is timely.
Answer me.
Lend me your strength.
I'm asking questions. A test. 0 points.
Commencing support. Ready for another? Network is activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
I think it's fine. Dolphin.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend.
Yeah.
Crush them.
Answer me.
Yeah.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
SAS, knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. 0
Yeah, we got a bit of a problem here. I think we're dead. Oh, can't wait. Not dead yet.
Here, try this.
Not bad. 5 points.
Now we're dead.
Answers?
Now we're fucking dead.
Answer me.
Lend me your strength.
A test. 0 points.
Enemy targets detected. Ready for another? Network is activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
SAS Perkibi. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
To travel. Thanks for the support. Troublesome.
Oh god. Oh god, this healing is so bad.
Commencing research.
I'm asking questions. Answer me. 0 points.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
Your answers?
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
A test.
Alright, we're dead. Really? Bro, that's so close to dying. How is it not dead? Yeah. Like, yeah, the damage is an issue, but the survivability is the bigger one, right? Because, like,
You want to enter the Forgotten Hall.
if we switch teams, right?
Infallible. Watch this. Cool it. Yeah.
it doesn't reach, but it's fine.
Choose some strike. Gotcha. Oh, come on.
So close. That is so cringe.
Wait for the tiles. My turn. Let's can you find the answer? Look at the draw. And victory! A quick divination. Together as one. Human creations. Furious 50. Choose me well. My turn.
Yeah, as you can see, right? This team, no problems. Right? It's the other team that's the problem.
Wait for the tiles. Come on.
Ah, fuck off. It is what it is.
I see through you.
Bro, how is that?
Can you find the answer? A quick divination. Look at the draw. And victory!
That's not what I wanted to do. Why did I do that? Oh no. Fuck.
And
Oops. Yeah, I'm actually an idiot. It's fine.
My turn. Welcome, customers. A thousand wonders. Finest one. Yeah. Together as one. Yin and yang. All things human creations.
Alright, now we're good. Please let me eat more than once. Fuck you. Shit game.
Look at the draw. And victory! Let's be friends. Let's play for choose me strike. Gotcha.
Thank you. Thank you. Right.
You learn
And
to
then
know
here,
yourself before
yeah,
your
we've
enemy.
got what we saw earlier, which is the problem. Anyways. This is definitely clearable in 2 cycles instead of 3, if I get slightly luckier. and I don't fucking misclick her ult at the wrong time. You know what? I kind of want to just do this. Probably get to MOC 10 with Kafka Lings. Maybe. Bro, can I click on the right thing, please? Kafka without other dot characters? Yeah, I know. I'm very well aware, man. Yeah, I guess with the Trotters, I can kind of cheat with Kafka. That's true. Yeah, okay, let's give it a shot. You know what? Why not? I'm gonna play Kafka Blade. Pinyin, I think. Yeah.
Do you want to
I'll play Kafka Blade Pinyin. I want Bolt to get hit more often, but I don't want to put him in the middle because then the other characters are going to take more AoE. I don't know how I want to order then. I guess I should put him in the middle. This. Yeah, sure. Alright, let's give it a shot.
Cool it.
Would I rather have Kafka or Blade? Probably Kafka.
Does that hurt?
You're in trouble now. 1,000 wonders to raise your spirits.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Can we kill it? Yeah, that's huge.
Stand still.
I will dispatch you. The fight is set.
Bro! Target literally anyone else, please!
Yeah, lesson inside. Here, try this.
Unnecessary.
Trouble.
Thanks. You're too good to me. Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
It's fine. Everything is fine.
Welcome, customers. 1,000 wonders to raid.
think.
Say bye to breathing.
I don't think I use ult. I think I just chill.
Stand still.
Fuck, that's not good. Actually, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Good time. Time to say bye. Boom.
That paradise may be unreachable. Savor it for me.
We're chilling. We are chilling so far.
A blade knows no mercy.
Let's be friends.
Failed to send you.
Ah, fuck.
Thousand wonders.
That's
to
really
raise your
annoying.
spirit.
I still have to do this. Do you think in C6? Yeah.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
I will dispatch you.
Stand still.
That paradise. Savor it for me.
Yeah, I think I can kill him this cycle. I should be able to.
Welcome, customers. Deep breath. Better late than never.
Thanks. You're too good to me.
Nah, no, I can't. Fuck! We're so close, too. Man. I still think we're fine, though, because our second side is stronger than our first side.
Commencing research.
Say bye to breathing.
Alright.
Infallible. Watch this. The game is on. Feeling spiffy?
I kind of want a skill here. I think skill gives me the energy. I'm not sure. I think so. I don't think normal does.
Enemy data secure network is activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Wait for the time. Gotcha.
Now the question is, do I hit the trotter? Or do I ignore it and let the collateral damage go for it? I think I ignore it. Yeah, I definitely ignore it. Yep. I'm an ignorer. Might as well hit it now.
Commencing support. Let's play pro. My turn. Let's find the answer.
1 Kinkillion damage. True.
I'll go easy this time. Feeling spiffy? Stay calm.
I think this is enough. Yeah, it is.
draw. Freeze. And victory! Enemy targets detected. Ready for another? Network activated.
Yeah, we definitely have more than enough cycles remaining. QQ and Quantum Week, yeah, that is true.
Commencing support. Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy? Choose me strike. Let's play.
Ah, fuck, I'm just barely before the cycle, or after the cycle. That's fine though. No follow-up, Saj. I think they're dead now.
Gotcha. My turn.
Oh, maybe not. Actually, no, they're not dead.
Ready for another?
But they do die this cycle.
Yin and yang. I'll go easy. Feeling spiffy?
I don't need to use my ult, right? It's a long animation for nothing. Okay! 11 next? We're not at 11. We just unlocked 9. Ah, fuck. Oh, God. I think QQ is still better than Ratio for this. We're gonna keep the same teams.
That's a tough nut to crack.
Does that hurt?
1,000 wonders to raise your spirits. Fight is fun. We're in trouble now.
Good times. No time to say bye. Boom.
Why do you have to do this to me? This is gonna kill, right?
Your end approaches.
Welcome, customers.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Specimen sighted.
Oh no, Kafka doesn't go. Wait, no, it doesn't.
Seize the moment.
Eh. Bozo.
Commencing research.
Huh?
1,000
Nah, I fucked up a
wonders
little.
to
That's fine.
Fight is fun.
Say bye to breathing. Good times. Never time to say bye. Boom.
I don't think Bold can get that, right?
That paradise may be unreachable.
Begging?
Savor it for me.
I doubt it. Okay.
Fail to
Just don't hit Kafka, please. Ah, no, 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 whoa, 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 whoa!
Better late than never. Let's be friends.
I think this is fine.
I will dispatch you.
'Cause I should be able to break it. Do I want to do this or this? I don't know. I'll just do this, whatever.
Stand still. Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Oh! That's nice.
Cut in the net.
Fight is set.
Relax.
Can we kill him before the cycle goes? Nope, we didn't crit. Nice. Okay, this is actually fucking
Watch
scary,
that.
man.
Always. Watch this. The game is on.
Ah, fuck off. No, this is fine.
Commencing support.
Oh, no, it's not fine.
Time to make a decision.
Eh, whatever.
Enemy data net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Choose new strike.
I should be able to kill the TV before it acts, right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm coping.
A quick divination. Ready for another? Let's play for a while. Feeling spiffy?
Please don't.
Wait for the time.
Okay, that's nice. No!
And you find the answer.
Okay, I can't afford to let that TV live. I'm just gonna do this. This might actually kill the Trotter too. Nice, it does. Huge. Yeah. Okay.
Gather as one. I'll go easy this time. Choose new strike. My turn. Luck of the draw. Please. And victory!
Nice, we're gonna follow up. That's huge.
Yin and yang. All things human creations. Enemy data net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
That's fine.
Ready for another?
Nah, it's not.
Let's play. Feeling spiffy?
I order lulled, but it's fine.
Speak on. I see you. Choose me straight. Come on. Gotcha. Let's look and you find the answer.
Nice, got a follow up.